If you're watching the YouTube VOD, there will be links in the description with time codes to the matches and recommendations. So we're doing that whole thing again. We're doing some live streams over on twitch.tv/Cybert if you are interested. And then the VODs go up on YouTube. So things are going to be a little bit different, a little bit janky, but hopefully it's a good time, and hopefully the games are good. I think we got a good mix of replays. Honestly, we have some stuff that I am unsure about. I think it's going to be a couple of dud games, but I think of the 7 we've got, I think 5 or 6 of them are going to be really entertaining, but we shall see. So yeah, if you're watching the YouTube VOD or if you're super early to the Twitch stream, that's what's going on. In the meantime, enjoy some tunes. All right, let's say we get this thing started. I hope you've got a beverage of at least one kind. I've got myself a coffee. I've got a water as well. Always recommend 2 bevs or maybe even more. But I think I'm going to do a tea in the middle. So in the middle, we'll take a little tea break. And, you know, because this is live, I'm not going to cut it out. The tea break will just be a part of the experience. As I said, we've got 7 replays to check out today. All Red Alert 3, little mix, some free-for-all, some 1v1, some... Actually, I think we got some KingKong as well. Welcome to the chat. We got a 1v1... We're starting with a 3v3. We've got a couple of FFAs. And we've got a 2v2v2. I think the only thing we're missing is 2v2. So we don't have any 4-player matches. But we got almost everything else. Bird in cyberspace over there. Baby Bert just got up from his nap. He slept a little later than normal, but he seems to be feeling good now. I have not done a live stream in a while. I'm trying to rearrange all of my windows. mKernel04 says he finally found a stream, and to be fair, I don't think I've streamed in 6 months or something, so yikes. Ooh, we got some OP allies. Waff the Wolf is right. We actually have a match that's 5 allied players, and then I think 1 Soviet player. So... Wolf the Wolf starting the whining already, and we're not even into the first game yet. But speaking of the first game, let's go ahead and kick it off. Welcome to Magmageddon. This is Cybert signing in to Red Alert 3. We have got a whole series of replays to check out submitted by viewers, and these first two are actually submitted by folks over on Patreon. So big thanks to them. In the top left-hand corner of this 3v3, we have Peacebetow. Their ally in the middle as the blue, this is McLaren. And in the south as the green, it's Mordicouille. Morty. And in the top right-hand corner as the purple, this is ItsRinRin. As the red, this is Typeless. And in the bottom right, because why would we have normal pronounceable names, this is X. And then if you look at your keyboard, the little character that if you hit Shift 6, what is that called? It's X and then that and then another X and then that again. So yeah, those are the names. I mean, they may be a little bit difficult to pronounce some of them, but we're gonna get on with it anyways. Empire, ally on each team. So we've got a little three-person setup with the Empires on the top, the Allies in the middle and in the south. And other than that, I don't recognize most of these people's names, so hopefully it will be a pretty even match all the way across. Hopefully it won't just be a one-sided stomp. And already the Empire players getting after each other, harassing the oil derricks, harassing the refineries, and double turret drop from the allied allies in the north to try and help out. I missed something. One of these guys is a Soviet, and I thought he was an Empire because he's not. I just thought he was an allied player, but he's not. Yellow grabs Peacebetow. Can you believe it? Grabs a refinery from ItsRinRin. And yeah, so it's not Empire, ally on each side. I don't know why I was thinking that it was. At the same time, ItsRinRin is just getting absolutely destroyed here. Tesla Coil going to be coming up to try and help out with this defense. McLaren and Morty both joining in the fight with their turrets, but honestly, the Tesla Coil is so close to... Oh, barely gets the body block. That reactor coming in at the last possible second there to try and save that Tesla Coil for a couple of extra seconds. Typeless coming in with the save on the multi-gunner turret, and it is like an all-out battle just in the top right-hand corner. I was not prepared for the start of this game to go as it is. Another Tesla Coil coming up. Our Soviet player, XX, doing what he can to try and hold things off. Not a whole lot of stuff going on for ItsRinRin since he lost both of his refineries, but he did manage to maintain control of his mecha bay, and now he's about to take back control of his main base. The refinery gets sold off. Peacebetow stealing some of that precious ore from ItsRinRin, and that will do it for the insane action starting up there in the top right-hand corner of the map. McLaren coming in with a couple of Peacekeepers, going to be trying to shut down the infantry of Typeless that were defending the base of ItsRinRin, but that's all been shut down now, and I guess we can transition into a somewhat normal 3v3 as XX in the south takes 1-2 expansion refineries and follows it up with now a Tesla Coil push that he's dropping next to his opponent. Typeless drops a multi-gunner turret, which means the Vindicators go for the Tesla Coil, but that doesn't stop the multi-gunner turret the multi-gunner turret didn't actually kill off the Prospector. I can't believe that, I don't know what just happened with the vision there, but that multi-gunner turret definitely should have killed that Prospector, and it did not. Peacebetow finally cleans up that dojo in front of his oil derrick. And it looks like ItsRinRin is starting to get his feet back under him. Still not completely there, as he has only got that one refinery up and running. He should be taking that second relatively soon. Tesla Coil from XX being added on. One multi-gunner IFV, or one multi-gunner turret goes down. Two Vindicators go down as these MiGs come in for XX to do some damage. Clears out 2 of those Vindicators, and these dogs, which are just absorbing the blasts from the Tesla coil before the infantry get there, get cleaned up before anything really happens. Peacebetow going for the harass in the south, but the Twin Blades and the MiG going to be able to deal with that relatively easily. The Harvester going into that defensive mode, and a second Mecha-Tengu there on the right side as well. A reactor gets deposited. The body block is real here. No ground forces will be able to get close to that Tesla coil for quite a little while. Typeless in the middle of the map, having a somewhat easier time getting himself established. He's had to draft a good number of rockets and peacekeepers to defend the north, also producing a good number of multi-gunner turrets. We saw him under low power mode for just a minute there, but it has been all-out aggression from our team on the left side, and XX is the only guy from the right side who's been able to do any damage to our team on the left. Finally, Tengus do get cleaned up. McLaren looking good as he expands towards the middle of the map. He and Morty both joining together there at the middle, and Morty trying to recover after losing that refinery down in the south, has expanded a little bit further to the north and has put himself back onto 3 refineries, but not quite the economy he was hoping to have. He was hoping to be on a good 4 refineries plus the oil derrick. And instead, he's got this Soviet harassing him and causing him all sorts of problem. McLaren coming in from the north, snipes the oil derrick, and it looks like the Javelin soldiers almost going to get a lock on that refinery. The Bears doing what they can to shut that down. It looks like the reactor will be cleaned up. XX going to try and keep the pressure on. The refinery gets canceled. Another MiG gets sniped over here at the main base of Morty. A little bit of Tengu harassment in the south. Guardian tanks joining up. Typeless, he's been on the defense for his entire team, now defending in the south. Previously, he was just defending in the north. A couple of Javelin soldiers staring down these Guardian tanks. 2 Tengus and a good number of tank busters. Ordinarily, that would not be a problematic attack, but honestly, this attack might do a bunch of damage to RinRin. He has not been having a good time trying to get himself established in this game. The reactor has been broken down in the south. XX's Tesla coil is now going to be potentially under threat as those allied forces close in. Yeah, this was kind of looking like it was going to be a quick first game. But no, it does seem like it's stepping out into being a little bit of a longer match. We did see pretty much a crane first from XX, and that has definitely been a good investment for him in this game. MCV going to take a ton of damage as 4 Vindicators drop their bombs on it in the south there. And the sudden transport doesn't actually have anything inside. RinRin, for the first time in this game, has stepped out to the left side of the map. Is he actually going to be able to do anything? No, I guess at least not in the north. An Athena cannon has emerged onto this map and is going to start taking down this Soviet infantry. A Mirage tank as well. That multi-gunner turret is going to chase away those Twin Blades, at least for the current moment. And this attack continues in the north. Peacebetow with the tank busters, once again finding his mark, but unable to get the kill, as 2 Tengus die to the crush of that MCV. The tank busters come back in. It's actually engineers, and the refinery gets the crush. It looks like 1 engineer grabbed the MCV, and another engineer was going for the Mecha Bay, but was unable to secure it. Suddenly, Peacebetow falling apart as Typeless shows up with the actual army, and RinRin comes in with the engineers to stop the rebuild. The Mecha Bay goes down, so unless there's a naval yard, Peacebetow might be knocked out of this game with only infantry able to produce for the rest of this game. He might literally just be building tank busters until his last day. McLaren coming in with Guardian tanks, going to be going up against Typeless, gets the surround, gets the kill. The tank busters survive. And is there a naval yard? No, but it looks like there's another refinery. This guy can build harvesters full on from 4 or 6 refineries. He's going to have harvesters for days if he's got all 4 of those refineries pumping. He's going to be able to do harvesters and tank busters and just hope that his opponent doesn't figure out how to beat that stuff. If he had 2 or 3 barracks, it might be a little bit more viable, but just 1 barracks worth of production is going to be really hard for Peacebetow to do anything. The army of Morty getting a little bit split up here. His Athena cannon doing some good damage from the range there, but it's mostly just infantry, and no, the infantry get toxin dropped. Unfortunately for Morty, his entire army of infantry trying to do that burst damage just got wiped clean out of the map. Typeless with a couple of javelin soldiers trying to tank on tank busters, and it's just not quite working out. Javelins versus tank busters, the slowest kill match of anything in the game just about. Guardian tanks from Typeless get wiped off of the map. Peacebetow and McLaren joining forces, coming together to clean up those tanks, and it looks like they're going to keep pushing forward. McLaren and Peacebetow might be able to end one of our players on the right side. Typeless getting his javelin soldiers cleaned up there in the north. Couple of Tengus roaming around. YuNo, once again, he finally does step out with units that actually attack instead of units that just capture. This time on the left side of the map in the middle. YuNo gonna run his Tengus around and then head on home. Tank busters break down that multi-gunner turret. Typeless could be in some trouble. He doesn't actually, this army is not moving forward. I was wondering where McLaren's forces are, but Peacebetow pretty much just got cleaned up, not quite for free, but for low cost. McLaren now going to be pushing in. Typeless looking for some kind of defense, but he doesn't have anything to contend with the Athena cannon. Meanwhile, in the north, YuNo coming in here with a ton of Tengus, and Peacebetow, despite the huge amount of damage that he did early on, having no war factory, having no MCV, he has not been able to produce anything that can kill off Tengus. And I guess that's the one downside, is that when you don't have anything that can stop Tengus, what are you going to do against an Empire player? I mean, it's just about impossible. Tengus are good anyways, and then you've only got infantry. What really are you expected to do? 1 barracks production, not that intimidating. McLaren turning his entire force now to the main base of Typeless. Couple of Tengus getting taken out in the air, but now the IFVs get jumped on. Typeless has been defeated, hands everything over to XX there in the south, and the Tengus all get wasted as soon as the Mirage tanks turn around. XX hasn't quite managed to rekindle his MCV attack, his MCV push in the south, but he has instead gone for a couple of twin blades. He was hovering around the base of McLaren, and Typeless still has been defeated. For a second, I thought that was another text queue that someone else had been cleaned up. Peacebetow, this guy, an absolute legend, trying to make the harvesters work, selling off whatever he can. Another sudden transport from YuNo, but in the north, this battle is going to the Tengus. Toxins coming in, coating that refinery. McLaren managing to make some headway in the middle of the map, but I think he got pushed back a little while ago. Morty, on the other hand, his javelin soldiers about to get cleaned up by these bears. XX coming in for the kill move. The infantry army will be shut down. The twin blades get the kill. The bears get eliminated, and it's just mass harvester from Peacebetow. He's going for the meme move, and even if it doesn't actually work out the way he's hoping, he will still have the good feeling of knowing he built 100 million harvesters and tried his best. Athena cannons from McLaren now turning south. Mirage tanks, Guardians, everything that the Allied armor facility can bring to bear just about is here. Twin blades dodging in. The spy going for something, I thought for a moment there, but no. It's actually just the cash bounty. Not a lot of cash back for XX in this moment. A couple of tsunami tanks. They are maybe getting overwhelmed by the sheer number of harvesters here. How many harvesters does it take to kill 1 tsunami tank? That answer is a lot, apparently, but this is 3 tsunami tanks, 4 tsunami tanks with some tank busters as well. The honorable discharge lending the most amount of damage to that army in the north. Twin Blades coming back in. The Mirage tanks getting separated away from the Athena cannons, and they will be cleaned up. This Soviet infantry gets wasted, but the Soviet aircraft reign supreme, at least for now. The MiGs absorbing some damage there. RinRin finally making some real headway in the north, and it looks like he's going to be taking out the guy who hasn't been building anything for 5 or 6 minutes now. RinRin taking a ton of damage early on in the game, but he's coming back strong with an Empire army in the north. XX in the south, he's been able to poke and prod this allied army, but he hasn't been able to defeat it. McLaren looking fearsome, but honestly, his Vindicators maybe haven't done as much as a normal allied player's Vindicators would be doing. And that's pretty much it for Peacebetow. He's got 1 refinery out there on the water. Everything else is about to be underground, buried and dead long ago. Athena cannons cleaning up the refineries of XX. This Soviet player is going to have to come up with some better ideas to stop this allied army than I hope 4 Twin Blades will be able to do it. XX with the Soviet-Allied combination forces. I'm not sure if he has any real Allied production left. We saw a couple of Javelin soldiers running around. It looks like XX has at least 1 barracks there in the north. And XX might actually kind of be reduced to a similar bit of production that Peacebetow had. Peacebetow has been defeated, reducing us down now to a 2v2. Although, functionally, it was, I guess, sort of a 2v2 earlier. Peacebetow not really doing a lot in the last couple of minutes of this game. McLaren looking big on the map, but is he going to be able to strike up to the north? His ground army, if it gets caught, it can be destroyed, but he's honestly probably been the most consistent player. Twin Blades coming in, they're going straight for the power. Multi-gunner turrets are nice, but if you don't have electricity, what are you going to do? The IFVs coming in here, and these Twin Blades are probably going to be done for. I don't think they can take on that many IFVs with the multi-gunner turrets underneath them. Harvesters getting harassed. XX trying to pull something out of nothing. XX runs some infantry into Mirage tanks, and the Mirage tanks mostly ignore them. Javelin soldiers coming in with the Tengus as well, and actually the Magnetic Singularity pulling that allied armor directly in front of the War Factory out of this fight. Mirage tanks and Athena cannons with these Twin Blades standing over top of them, but the Cryoblast comes in, the return fire, and it looks like XX's ground army is getting wiped up, but his Twin Blades remain strong in the sky. Everything from RinRin has been cleaned up, and it looks like down in the south, the entire main base of our Soviet player XX is basically gone. Morty and McLaren joining forces to clean up the main base of XX. Sentry Bomber coming in here with trying to bomb Stingrays, which is not something you see very often. Twin Blades getting pushed back, and it looks like that might be it for the bulk of the army from our team on the right side. They have fought well, but ultimately these 2 allied powerhouse players might just be too much for our team on the right side. What are you doing, Stingray? Where are you going, buddy? He's going to take on the whole allied army by himself. A couple of peacekeepers. If these aren't spies, I'm not sure what you're hoping to really accomplish here. Tsunami tanks coming in. Can he do it? A bunch of tank busters here as well. If they can get up close and personally, they can end this army. RinRin with the comeback. Chrono Shift eliminating some of those tsunami tanks, and the army falls apart. RinRin with the army. The A move and attack. Loses 2 more tsunami tanks, but he pushes the army back. XX not even factoring into that game, but at the same time, he has managed to potentially retake his main base, and the 1-2 punch, it's coming for our blue allied player, McLaren. Sentry Bombers once again going for the army, not necessarily the best use of sentry bombers. You could maybe bomb an MCV out of existence instead of trying to go for the army and having most of the bombs miss. More bombs coming in. Morty and McLaren, can they hold off this purple army of Empire players? Tengu's raining down from the sky, and the tsunami tank plus that Stingray, which did as much as it could before it ultimately fell. The army marches on. The Stingray dead on the ground, but the Twin Blades representing the Soviet hope in this game to say, hey, we're still here. We're still a part of this battle. It's not all Empire and Allied players, as all of those tank busters reign supreme over the one Athena cannon. And I don't know that another single Athena cannon is going to really work there. Sentry bombers finally trying to close the distance. Once again, they missed, but another cryo shot going to be blasting off. And it's going to miss some of the army, but a big chunk of those tank busters get cleaned up by that cryo. Well, actually, no. Is there anything there to actually kill off these tank busters for the current moment? Nothing. They unfreeze. The war factory could be under threat here. A barracks gets deployed. The war factory and the refinery both being sold off. Morty in a bit of a panic, trying to respond to this attack, which he was not able to head off at the pass, which he was not able to stop from coming into his base. And how are these tank busters still alive? I keep expecting these tank busters to just die off, but no, they keep sticking around. These sentry bombers. That one precision bomber doing so much more than all of the sentry bombers in this entire game. A single twin blade, but no anti-air, no Apollos, I think, have we seen built this entire game. It's been like Tengus, and that's pretty much it. Peacekeepers helping to get the kill on that sentry bomber, and suddenly the mighty Allied ground forces seem like they are not present. I feel like the defense maybe could have been a little bit more cohesive from our team on the left side. It felt sort of like maybe they had some opportunities that they weren't able to capitalize on. A lot of Vindicators coming through. McLaren making the bombing runs happen, but not the follow-up, not the return to base. Those Tengus getting a couple of kills as the Vindicators try and cross the battlefield. Tengus go for the transform. The IFEs finally showing up as the point defense drones extend the life of those Tengus. Satellites getting called down, doing perhaps more friendly fire than enemy damage. XX will go for the snipe on that MCV, gets the cash back as well, and now the War Factory is the next target. Magnetic Singularity actually being used pretty effectively there to keep the Allied army away from the attacking forces from our team on the right side. McLaren and Morty feeling like they were looking so good, so strong 10 minutes ago, and they have been unable to close this game out. They have been unable to knock down the team on the right side. The 2v2 part of this game extending out as long as the 3v3 portion of the game. RinRin, after that initial attack, he has actually built himself up quite well. 4, 5, maybe even 6 refineries spread throughout the map. XX taking a ton of damage earlier on in the sort of middle part of this game, but recovering somewhat. Not entirely. He's only got maybe 4 refineries just recently. He's been getting beaten back. Meanwhile, McLaren and Morty, it feels like they have not taken as much damage back at home, but they have been unable to keep the middle of the map under their control, despite the fact that they got the tech advantage pretty early on, and they both had, at one point, pretty good air forces. They maybe haven't been able to capitalize quite as much as we were expecting. Big attack coming in here, but these Mirage tanks are going to maybe clean up a big chunk of this infantry. They're just kind of driving around. I'm not sure where these Mirage tanks are going. They're going to the rally, where apparently they're just hoping to get destroyed. Cryo shot comes in, a classic as always. And don't shoot your own Mirage tank that you just accidentally froze there. But Toxins getting dropped. XX coming in with the Twin Blades, going for another MCV snipe. No cash back on this one, and he doesn't quite get it. The Twin Blades pull back, scared of that multi-gunner IFV. I mean, for good reason. Multi-gunner IFV's anti-air rockets do tremendous damage, but maybe you could have jumped on that one guy or gone for just the kill on the MCV. Double War Factory from Morty. Honestly, I'm not sure if he has the income to really support it at this point. Twin Blades jump on the Mirage tanks, and now it's just up to the IFVs, which can get cleaned up by the ground forces. The IFVs getting so many Twin Blade kills. Another one almost going down there, as yet will go down before the hammer tank finishes off these IFVs. And, well, unfortunately for McLaren, another army falls to dust. He cannot keep these ground armies alive. As soon as they try and step out of the bounds of his base, they just get smacked down by RinRin and XX. Sentry Bomber from Morty. Again, this seems like a good place to send Sentry Bombers. This little tight-knit group of buildings that has been, I think, unattacked this entire game. Hasn't really had a lot of stress happening over there. One hammer tank goes forward, one hammer tank goes down. XX coming in here, terror drones, hammer tanks, javelin soldiers, and maybe even some peacekeepers as well. He's got that barracks up north just cranking. Expanding with Allied and Soviet conventions combined. McLaren moving out. Another cryo blast going to be firing off, catching these hammer tanks, catching a couple of javelin soldiers as well. The sentry bomber comes through once again, and the ground army of Morty steps forward, and he's going to be able to push back XX and keep that Soviet army out of his base for at least a little while longer. Another cryoblast fires off in the north, so that's both of the Allied cryoblasts firing off there within a minute of each other. This would be the time if you're the team on the right side and you want to try and make something happen. A disorganized retreat. This Mirage tank not firing a single shot. The Athena cannons doing basically nothing. Even the IFV just going to its grave. McLaren, I mean, in this case, even the A move would have been better than that. Morty steps forward, gets himself a Soviet refinery, and yeah, just A move and go for it. They don't have any cryo weapons to stop you. And if they don't got no cryo, then, oh, they got a Spectrum Tower, though. That thing has pretty good range. I don't even know the last time I saw a Spectrum Tower in a match when it actually got used in some way. A couple of IFVs, they're loaded up with Peacekeepers. Great at clearing out those infantry hordes. Not so great against the tsunami tanks. RinRin crushes the army of Morty, but is he going to be able to step forward and do infrastructure damage? The one thing neither team has been able to do is take down any real buildings of their opponent. Peacebetow lost all of his stuff. Typeless left the game. But after those initial sort of attacks, no one has actually been able to strike down any of the infrastructure of their opposing team. It's just been trading armies sort of in the middle of the map. Emperor's Rage fires off. Reverse move, go for it. Just kill off your own units there as the Mirage tanks finally turn around and just absolutely waste that Empire army. Just burn it down in a second. A lot of air forces could be perhaps doing a little bit more harassing during all of this. Javelin soldiers loading up into Twin Blades, not something you see very often. And maybe this is going to be the better version of the Riptide Surprise. Instead of a Riptide, it's going to be just a bunch of Twin Blades dropping into the middle of your base and blowing up your entire face. Twin Blades heading out to the north, perhaps looking for a weak spot. They might be able to jump in sort of the back door of McLaren, take down his refineries, maybe even take down some of his airfields and his other tech if they get over here. Twin Blades turning to the south in the middle of the map. Time bomb getting deployed. McLaren holds off the army in the middle of the attack, utilizing some of those special abilities, some of those top secret protocols. And that is a pretty great CryoGeddon there, locking down 5 tsunami tanks, some tank busters as well. Twin Blades moving past McLaren's main base as McLaren clears out the middle of the map, blasting through that Empire army, and the Twin Blades have finally arrived. They're going to drop on top of the refinery, on top of the airfields, and they're going to go for the power plants, go for the aircraft as well. CryoGeddon fires off, catches pretty much everything. Sentry Bomber going for the splash damage of the friendly fire as well. But now the Twin Blades, the one thing you can't kill is the Twin Blades, as finally an IFB shows up to get some damage on these Twin Blades. Not going for the power plants anymore. He's just going for the aircraft as the Twin Blades trying to go for the airfield, but everything cleared off of the deck. And actually, no, it looks like 2 Javelin soldiers and a PK may have actually survived that attack, so they're going to be able to laser lock down the airfield. XX with the primo Allied Soviet combo move is going to be able to blast through the airfields of McLaren. And finally, the army of McLaren clears out that attack, but the Twin Blades have turned to the south. They're continuing to wreak havoc upon Morty now, as he's going to be losing his power plants and maybe even his refineries as well. Those must have been long depleted, but they're refineries nonetheless. The boot camp now getting targeted. The army in the south, these Vindicators looking for some place to land, perhaps someplace to drop some bombs. And are they just going to go for it? I mean, you can rebuild the 2 airfields probably before they die, so maybe you just go for it anyways. Yeah, cleans up the airfield. Very nicely done there. Finally found a soft target for those Vindicators. And that attack, the Twin Blades loaded up with Javelin soldiers, loaded up with Peacekeepers, might have been the winning move for our team on the right side. It might have been enough to break our team on the left. So far, the team on the right side has not been able to make any headway with a ground-based army, and that remains true. And it feels like they maybe gave them too much time. Do they have a CryoGeddon ready? These passageways on Magmageddon can be deadly for those cryo weapons if you time them correctly. The Twin Blades escape. Maybe he could have stuck around and done some more damage, maybe not. Morty's still got 2 war factories and an MCV, but I think not the economy to support that much production. Losing a refinery, losing a harvester. Yeah, he is strapped for cash. Late in the game with all of the depleted refineries. I guess this one is a little bit too close to enemy territory to be safely harvested from. Ooh, accidental. Why are you building so many harvesters, man? Is he actually just... Is he intentionally trying to long-distance harvest? I'm not sure what the deal is. Hey, if it worked once, maybe it'll work again. Twin Blades might need to stop by the hospital. CryoGeddon fires off in the north. This is actually kind of good with that load-up of all of those Soviet units. There's a sell-off of both the war factory and the refinery. Time Bomb is here just to blow up anything that might still be around. One Wave Force Artillery barely managing to escape. It looks like the Harvester going to be going down there, so that Harvester will, I guess, need to be replaced by one of the 300 that have been built in the top left-hand corner. Another CryoGeddon going to be firing off, and there's the Chrono Rift just to take them out of the action a little bit more quickly. Javelin soldiers now going to be going to town on this multi-gunner turret. Twin Blades going for the kill on the power plant, but it's not enough. The IFEs push them back. It worked once, but the second time significantly less damage has been done. McLaren holds his back line much easier than he did against that first Twin Blade attack. More refineries coming up for RinRin. Twin Blades are... They might almost find a kill there. These multi-gunner IFEs, like, as soon as they move away, the Twin Blades can swing back in. Twin Blades have that nice little burst damage because of the rockets, so you might as well just go for this swing and then run away once the IFVs show up. All right, RinRin, we are counting on you to end this game. I'm not sure when the last Cryoblast was fired off or when, I guess, the first one. It's 2 allied players, so there's 2 Cryogeddons you got to keep a timer on. And it's, you know, it's like 12 seconds between each one, so. Toxins, it looks like, going to be coming in. No, that's Final Squadron as the sound cue plays there. And infantry reinforcements stream into the bottom quadrant of the map. Twin Blades moving out once again, possibly loaded up with infantry, possibly just empty. All right, RinRin, can you do it? Point defense drones being added to this army. Twin Blades taking a couple of shots there on the left side of the map. There's Emperor's Rage firing off. He is ready to do battle. He has got a ton of infantry, but it's a bunch of Imperial Warriors, so the damage to tanks is not necessarily all that high. There's going to be the Chrono Rift to hide these units for just a moment and get that Mirage tank up close and personal. I mean, okay, so he's going to go for the Aegis Shield, let the Mirage tanks right on the edge just waste those infantry forces. Mirage tanks are down. Tengu's going for the transform. RinRin is going to be able to break the front line of this allied team on the left side. They have not left their side of the map for a couple of minutes here, but here's the Cryogeddon to save him, and that Emperor's Rage working against him now. XX's forces managing to get out of range of that. Those Peacekeepers doing some pretty good burst damage to that war factory of McLaren's. But on the south side, the reinforcements from Morty not fast enough to make use of that Cryogeddon, and it looks like the front line has been broken. The infantry really going to be the heroes here for our Empire Soviet team on the right side. Tengu's swinging back through just to do the damage to those Vindicators. Another Cryogeddon catches basically everything here. This army is so close to destruction, but there's just nothing to break it down. And Morty hoping to come in with some kind of forces, but he's getting headed off. He's being kept away by these Empire forces. The freeze expires, and that is going to be it for the front line. RinRin and XX have forced Morty out of the game. The airfield about to go down. The MCV having already been eliminated. I guess now he's got another MCV down here on the south side, so you got to take care of that as well. 2 war factories. RinRin slowly but surely expanding. Taking the top left-hand corner of the map pretty much completely, the north side of the map almost entirely by himself. RinRin really having the only economy in the late game because he was the only one expanding out and taking more and more ore nodes. After that start of this game, he got almost completely knocked out of this match, and instead he came back and he put up a pretty good fight. Our allied players not making a lot of use of those allied aircraft. Maybe some more bombing runs would have done them a bit more help. But that will do it there for game number 1 of the subscriber replay showcase here in February of 2022. We've got some more matches to get to. All right, so that was a nice middle of the road kind of match. Had some exciting action, had some not super great action. Yeah, he took over from Red. All right, are you ready for game number 2? Coming into BattleBase Beta for our second match of the day. As the Green Soviets in the north, this is Deonio. And in the south, as the Yellow Empire, this is RinRin. Returning, it seems like, from that first game. That match on Magmageddon. Soviets versus Empire. And BattleBase Beta, this might actually be regular BattleBase Beta, not even 1.12.6. If I did remember the replay, the file, the map name correctly, then yeah, this is just like the vanilla version of the game, sort of as it ships for everyone who got the game, you know, on Steam or Origin or anything like that. Soviets versus Empire. Got enough space for a crane. Is he really going to be going for it? We'll have to see. Okay, packs up his MCV. No crane for us. I was hoping it was going to be some goofy crane build. Normally, you know, in a 1v1, BattleBase Beta, you're not going to be seeing a crane. That isn't going to be an essential part of the build that early on. But sometimes people like to do goofy or silly things. I get the desire to want to take control of the middle of the map, especially in a 1v1, but, you know, against a Soviet player, it's a losing proposition for everyone who isn't a Soviet player. Empire and allies, you're just outspending the other guy. Yeah. We'll see how much these guys decide to spend on that middle of the map attack. Okay, so the super reactor being added on. Sentry gun as well. So this is the defense, the classic defense against Tengu. Sentry gun in the middle. And then both refineries are at least kind of covered there. Molotovs clear out the building. And it looks like, well, ItsRinRin going to be kind of retreating from the middle of the map. Again, it's sort of always a losing proposition against a Soviet player. But both of these guys, I don't think they overspent. It didn't seem like they put a ton of units into the middle of the map. I wasn't totally counting or paying attention, but, ooh, Naval Yard is the follow-up out on the water for Deonio. A couple of Tengus going for the harass. Third refinery is coming up relatively quickly for both players. Harvester harass out on the water, and so much focus on infrastructure from Dio in this first couple of minutes of the game that he has truly nothing there out on the water. His first Stingray should be popping out relatively soon, though. There we go. First Stingray going to be pushing away these Tengus. And there's the transform. The Tengus escape, and the Harvester can get back to work. ItsRinRin going for the harass, not quite getting a win, but at least forcing out some units and slowing down the eco of his Soviet opponent. Goes right into Tier 2, so that's 2 Tengus, a third base, and into Tier 2 for ItsRinRin. He is not one of those build Tengus all day kind of guys. Burst drone gets shut down. Fast airfield from our Soviet player. He's going for this extended wall build in the middle in his main base. Definitely not a wall swag type build. This is definitely a bit more normal walls. First twin blade coming on out. Another conscript traded for the middle of the map. 3 chopper VXs. Hope you've got the anti-air out here. 2 bullfrogs are here. Ooh, a Sputnik. Is that a misclick Sputnik? I mean, some players do actually build Sputniks on purpose, but that might have been a misclick Sputnik. No, loads it into the twin blade. Going to go for the expansion. Dio might be getting caught here. The twin blade gets sniped. The Sputnik goes down, and now the bullfrogs are going to get jumped on by these Tengus. Goodbye, bullfrogs. If they stop moving, they're going to fall to the Tengus. This is those same 2 Tengus from earlier. Ooh, nice use of that terror drone. Will get the kill on at least one. Gets both of those Tengus. Nice transfer. That was a nice turnaround for Dio. He almost had that be an all-loss kind of situation where the Tengus just escape and they fly away once they're far enough away from the bullfrogs. But no, Dio managed to pull that one together a little bit there and get some value. Crane now going to be added on there next to the airfield as the 4th refinery comes up as well on the high ground. Dio hoping to, I think, go for a 4th and 5th relatively short after each other, but it is not meant to be. Actually, where the heck was that Sputnik going? It died somewhere over here, and was that like a proxy Sputnik? I would love to see a proxy Sputnik actually work out. I'm not sure that does work out. This is indeed the second game, if you're just tuning in. We've gone through one game. We got 7 in total replays for today, sent in by viewers. And our first 1v1 of the day, our first 3v3 of the day, wrapped up already. Normally viewer replays are not 1v1, so the fact that we've got 2 Twin Blades getting caught here, the Tengus get their mark, and there's the transform, undefended. Nope, never mind. The Tengus head out. They don't want to tussle with that Stingray. All right, so where is the War Factory? What is the plan from our Soviet player to try and do something else in this game? I mean, I guess he could go just Twin Frog and just try and keep that until he gets Dreadnoughts or something, but 5th refinery up and running for our Soviet player. Just 3 refineries from our Empire player. A lot of focus on economy. We'll see if that ends up working out. The crane, but the War Factory definitely super late. Tengus finally finding their mark. They jump on at least 1, maybe 2 of those bullfrogs, but RinRin going to be taking a lot of damage from those Twin Blades. I think if he only got 2 of those bullfrogs, that was not quite worth it for him. Gonna try and grab some Twin Blades. Good control there by Dio. Not slipping up. I always misjudge the turn circle to try and avoid Tengus, and so I cut the corner, and then I end up losing Twin Blades and air units to the Tengus as they just sit there and blast away at my air units. 4 refineries finally up and running for RinRin. RinRin sniping the oil derrick of his opponent while maintaining his own oil derrick. That's one nice thing, but it doesn't make up for the additional refinery that Dio has. I feel like the War Factory was so late from Dio, it's kind of interrupted what would be a normal progression into a push for Dio. He could have gone from his defense and expansion into a push with, hammer tanks and bullfrogs supported by Twin Blades and maybe even going for V4s or something, but he sort of lost out on that opportunity because of how late this War Factory was. The super reactor was nice and early. The airfield was pretty early as well. But the War Factory after the 5th refinery feels like a bit of a delay on the War Factory that isn't really necessary. Feels like he probably should have gone War Factory into the 5th refinery, gone with a push to go along with that. A couple of bullfrogs getting routed the wrong way. Bit of a mistake there, but he basically gets away scot-free with that. The Imperial Warriors get a couple of shots off, but that's pretty much it. Striker steps forward, Striker goes down. Where are the Tsunami tanks? But no, it's not going to be Tsunami tanks. It's going to be Tengus to support this, and Tengus with a lot of point defense drones as well. It should be enough Tengus to overwhelm this force. The trouble is the Bullfrog Twin Blade combination. Those Tengus just have trouble with that, even with point defense drones. You got to make your choice one way or the other. This is 5 Bullfrogs on the ground. That will blitz through your Tengus pretty quick. RinRin says, my choice is to go around, and you certainly cannot blame him. I mean, just avoiding this Soviet army is probably the best option. Could even split off a couple of Tengus to go for the harassment on those exposed refineries. Great catch of those Twin Blades. Gets them away from the Bullfrogs, and now this army is much more manageable for our Empire player. The Soviet defense is going to have to be, well, maybe not even very much, because it's the all-retreat for our Empire player. RinRin pulling back. Tank busters turn around. They're going to be able to get one hammer tank before the dogs, the bears rather, come for them. Those bears shutting down almost every single tank buster in that cluster. At the same time, whoa, Wanakula sub sneaks out onto the south side of the map. Dio manages to find the damage. Good kill of that refinery. Dio out ecoing his opponent this entire game pretty much. I think his third was faster, and everything else after that was faster as well. Big transform of the Tengus. They don't go for the immediate attack. One Bullfrog, one Hammer Tank getting caught there. Another Hammer Tank on the bottom of the ramp. Not quite going to go down. RinRin with a really strong Empire army. Where are the Twin Blades? They all got cleaned up over those buildings, and the Bullfrogs couldn't defend them, and now this army is seriously lacking firepower. Dio never rebuilding those Twin Blades, it seems. He's got 4 MiGs, but only 1 Twin Blade, and of course now these MiGs feel a bit useless. Terror Drone's going to try and break up this army. Twin Blade's going to be coming in. There's the transform. All of the Tengus are gone, but there's only 1 Hammer Tank on the ground. Dio with just no ground army to deal with this. Twin Blades, or Tengus, all get cleaned up, but it basically doesn't matter. There's too much Soviet or Empire firepower on the ground. Not enough from our Soviet player. The Tier 3 goes down. The Crusher Crane, this airfield, all potentially under fire here as this Empire force is unopposed by our Soviet player. Satellites could save him if they get some money shots, but no. He sees the flare. He gets out of the way. And the Strikers and the Tengus both lacking here, so no anti-air for our Empire player, but it's only 2 Twin Blades to try and take down this entire force. The Super Reactor going to be getting cleaned up here, and no, he doesn't quite go for the kill. They're worried about the splash damage from that Super Reactor, as there's the ignition. And, well, the Tengus, where are the Tengu reinforcements? There should be at least 1 coming in here. I'm not sure where the anti-air forces are. 1 Apocalypse tank does manage to sneak out, grabs a Tsunami tank that was coming in for reinforcements. Our Soviet player has lost all of his tech, so he better make this APOC tank really, really worth it. I cannot believe that there are no Tengu reinforcements. Where's just like 1 Tengu to snipe that Twin Blade and stop the massacre? That Twin Blade doing so much damage to that army. The APOC tank helping to finish it out. And now your APOC tank is down there on the low ground. The War Factory is up there on the high ground. The Super Reactor getting rebuilt on the low ground, but it's not going to be able to produce anything. I guess you could make an Excula sub out on the water, which just won't do anything for him at all. The barracks unused on the high ground. Dio getting outplayed here as RinRin comes through with a comfortable victory on the high ground. No forces opposing him. And now the 1 Twin Blade is not going to be able to stop these 2 Strikers. MCV runs. APOC tank going for the drop. Can he actually pull something out here? Dio is going to go for the base trade. He should have gone for the main base, probably. Instead of that expansion, this is going to give so much more time for RinRin to respond. RinRin may not even care. He may just say, APOC tanks can't go out to the water, but there is still that Akula sub there. RinRin, no, the APOC tank gets picked up. Tengus would be fantastic. Come in here and snipe that, like, half-health Twin Blade. Although, no, the Twin Blade is back up to full. Twin Blade going to take a bunch of damage from that Striker. MiGs absorbing a bit of damage from that defense. And 2 more Strikers are here on the ground. The Defender VX, well, it would be no match for that APOC tank, but good night, APOC tank. You're not even going to get the Mecha Bay. The ground forces of RinRin just crushing through the Soviet base. Leaves the refinery on the high ground. The MCV may be escaping out to the water, I guess. Yeah, there's 3 Stingrays out there, but it's pretty much lights out for our Soviet player if he doesn't have something truly miraculous up his sleeve. Maybe he can run over to RinRin's PC and unplug it or something. Yeah, Stingrays look cool, but this is 6 Tsunami tanks, 7 Tsunami tanks anyways. Not even 6. I hear that's 1 better than having 6 Tsunami tanks. Builds a Bullfrog as well. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? In the face of 7 Tsunami tanks, builds a Bullfrog. There's the sell-off. It looks like it's pretty much all over unless Dio has another 10 APOC tanks. But no, that will do it. RinRin gets the win here in game number 2. started out like a nice game and then kind of fell apart, especially for our Soviet player. Ooh, 2v2v2 coming up. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. This is sort of like the preview. Got a lot of, I have not been able to cast very much recently purely because I've been busy with work. Normally, at least at my work, January, February, coming out of Christmas, are pretty dead. Things start to pick up in March, and then April on through the rest of the year is usually pretty busy. But for whatever reason, January, February have just been popping at work. That's why, like, you know, heading into Christmas, there were a bunch of videos, and then I was like, I'm going to take it easy in January. I'm not going to worry too much. Coming out of Christmas, ad revenue is pretty terrible, so if I don't do, you know, 20 or 30 videos in January, it's not going to be a big deal. And then I did, like, 6 videos in January. I thought I was going to do, you know, 15 or something, but that will do it for game number 2. Our first 2v2, actually, maybe our only 2v2, is coming up here on Carville. Welcome to Carville for a 2v2. V2, there's the MCV running for the hills. In the north, let's break down where these guys are and how our 2v2 shapes up. This is Anan31, Anan, I don't know. 31, our blue Soviet player. Our orange allies, their ally is Commando. The yellow allies who is running for the water. Where did that MCV go? This is CryoGeek, and already Javelin soldiers are just waiting for him. But CryoGeek's ally, the red allies, is PrinceSaleh. Now in the south, along the edge of the map, this is the cyan allies, is Egyptian Rusher. And, well, we'll see if he's actually able to do any damage. It looks like he's getting his face full of rockets. Meanwhile, in the bottom left-hand corner, it's Cyan's ally, the purple allies, asdfqwerty. So yes, his name is indeed ASDF and QWERTY. So he just slapped the home row and then went up to the QWERTY and slapped those, and that's his username. So our first 2v2v2 of the subscriber replay showcase. 1 Soviet and 5 allied players is going to be how things break down for this particular match. Saleh going to be able to defend his yellow ally just a little bit there. Those Javelin soldiers getting close to being able to laser lock that Conyard. I would have thought that that's close enough to laser lock, but I guess it's just barely out of range there. And CryoGeek trying to establish himself here on the water down below the island, which is pretty typical for 2v2s, especially 2v2v2s with this distribution of partners. That's usually how things go. And, which is kind of interesting. I don't think there's any other map in, certainly not in, like, Red Alert 3 or Kane's Wrath, and probably not in Generals either, although it matters less in Generals, where you just immediately abandon your starting location and then you go somewhere else on the map. There's no other map that really works out that way other than Carville in 2v2v2s. And of course, typically because if you had 2 players on the island, which kind of visually looks like it makes sense, it doesn't really make sense because they just get ganged up on and defeated right out of the gate. Anyways, CryoGeek going to be defending against QWERTY's turret there. And, well, this MCV does have some pretty incredible build range, so these turrets getting deployed in your opponent's main base right out of the start of the game is pretty typical for Carville. Bridge snipe? I assume this is a bridge sniping force there from Commando. And for the current moment, it looks like Commando and Anan are going to maybe be the early leaders of this game because the other guys are bashing their heads against the wall and they're going for each other. Meanwhile, our 2 guys in the north are basically just going to have free reign of the northern part of the map. They're going to be able to expand and just build up their armies, tech up quickly, get a ton of refineries down. Meanwhile, our allied players in the south are all going to be fighting each other to the nail. spending all their cash on buildings and units that just instantly die. Javelin soldiers trying to get the laser lock. It's multi-gunner turret versus multi-gunner turret. The Riptide's getting in on the action as well, and those hydrofoils are so valuable, so incredibly valuable to CryoGeek. Great choice by him to go for those hydrofoils. Get that tier 2 up, get those hydrofoils, get those weapons jammers going, and, well, actually, Commando, he is not playing this calm and quiet. He kills the bridge over here on the left side, but he gets himself some Vindicators so he can start bombing onto the low ground and doing some damage against our teams in the south. asdfqwerty manages to get out at least one turret here. Hydrofoil's now going to be shutting down both of the turrets at the same time. Low power mode as well, as it looks like QWERTY expanding up to the north, doing what he can to expand while also dropping multi-gunner turrets on the right side of the map. MCV gets pushed back. The Prince and the Geek coming together to defeat the Egyptian rusher in the south, and it looks like they've finally broke. Oh no, this engineer, which I think was supposed to be for the MCV, now is just running awkwardly back and forth, narrowly out of range of that. Oh no, the multi-gunner turret gets him. I thought he managed to escape because the multi-gunner turret was attacking the building, but no, he got the engineer snipe anyways. Yeah, that engineer must have been for the MCV to heal it up, but instead it was too late. The MCV barely surviving there. It would not have survived long enough for that engineer to go for the cap and the heal. And now we're at this situation where QWERTY is looking pretty good. He's got 4 refineries. They're not quick refineries, but he did manage to get 4 refineries. Looks like the Prince goes for the kill on the MCV, and just a single Peacekeeper is the only thing that gets caught by that Cryogeddon, and then by the cryo shot firing off there. Definitely not a Cryogeddon this early on in the game. Riptide's dropping some bombs. Commando, again, just reminding everyone that he's there. He's not taking this time to just, like, build up to an unbeatable army. And, oh, actually, I didn't even realize Anan has come to the island, which seems weird. Why would you divide up these refineries when Anan could just come up here to these refineries, take on maybe even this one on his way over to the left side of the map, and then he gets that whole northern edge of the map that gets you 5 refineries, even 6 if you count this guy. And that's a great start to the map. You know, everyone's distracted on the south side. Maybe you build up a bunch of twin blades and stuff and push down the left side of the map. Prince and Geek joining together. They might be able to finally push out Egypt, defeat him in this game. But no, the MCV doesn't stick around, so this attack maybe isn't going to be supported quite as much as it initially was looking like. Multi-gunner turrets should be coming up here from CryoGeek, and it looks like the rest of this attack is just going to be infantry for the current moment. Maybe a couple of Vindicators coming in. Maybe go for the kill on that Prospector. No, he's going to wait. All right, there's the multi-gunner turret. This is where the cryo... Oh, no, the cryo shot's actually going to come in to kill off that multi-gunner turret. And, yep, there's the support coming in from CryoGeek. Athena Cannon from the high ground. Commando, he says, I am here, and I am ready to take you down. Again, I feel like our team on the north side kind of missed out on an opportunity to just play it cool and calm and build up like an unbeatable army. But instead, they're kind of playing their cards a little bit early here, forcing CryoGeek out of this section of the map. It's at least good short term. CryoGeek is actually just going to be able to take over Egyptian Rusher's location. And Egyptian Rusher is going to have to run and hide. He never rebuilt his MCV. Yeah, his MCV got sniped by those Vindicators, and he doesn't have any production. So Egyptian Rusher is pretty much out of this game, it looks like. He's got an engineer, so I think that's his hope, is that he can get an engineer into someone's building and get either a war factory, a naval yard, or an MCV, and then he would be safe, or he'd be able to do something. I guess he wouldn't be safe, but he would have an opportunity to do something as long as he's got some cash. CryoGeek expands to the south side of the map. IFVs are here for Commando. A lot of hydrofoils, keeping those air forces at bay. And we will see what asdfqwerty is able to do as a single player against two-player teams. Although QWERTY could actually just kind of hole up in his section of the map. Yeah, he's got these 2 refineries. It's not a ton of cash, but it's something. He's got as much money as he can get out of these 2 ore nodes in the northwest as well. And then he may be able to just kind of wait this one out quietly and let the other 4 guys all go for the throat and try and kill each other. Anan finally expands to these 2 refineries in the north. He's taken 2 of the oil derricks as well. A lot of twin blades. Our one Soviet player representing well. Aegis Shield absorbs the cryo shot there. The Athena Cannon survived that little attempt by one of our allied players. 2 multi-gunner turrets. Okay, this is a couple of Javelin soldiers. You could probably burst down this stuff, but the building and the Javelin soldiers make that a bit more of a difficult proposition with just twin blades. 4 airfields! 4 airfields! Twin blade MiG. Hey man, it's a 2v2v2 on Carville. When you see 4 airfields like that, you know that you're in for a good time. Honestly, these twin blades might actually just be able to kind of come in from behind, swing down to the south side, and clean up the refineries without really engaging the multi-gunner turrets. The bridge has been repaired, and it goes down. Oh, QWERTY loses the Javelin soldiers, loses the multi-gunner turrets, or the Athena cannons. I don't know who killed that bridge. Egyptian Russia has been defeated, hands everything over to QWERTY there. And QWERTY doing a bit of damage to Commando, finding a bit of the damage there. It looked like, I must have seen that wrong. It looked like QWERTY killed his own bridge, which would be pretty funny if he did that. Killed the bridge with his stuff on it. Hamstrung his own army there. Multi-gunner turret, it looks like, gets cleaned up, loses 1 twin blade for it. 2 sentry bombers. QWERTY not giving up. He is keeping the pressure on. The Apollos are going to be able to find these sentries. I think they'll be able to get them when they go to land, if they stay on the attack that long. 1 sentry bomber goes down. The second one half health. And no, yeah, the Javelin soldiers chase away those Apollos, and well, everything's looking good there for those sentry bombers. One of them surviving is pretty good, all things considered. CryoGeek with the aircraft carriers. Hydrofoils catch 2 of these sentry bombers, and that is 2 sentry bombers going down for the price of 1 refinery. Aircraft carriers at the same time bombing the refineries of Commando. Riptides coming up to the high ground, but it's going to be the twin blades that actually go for the kill. The Riptides are also under threat here as they are directly underneath those Riptides. Twin blades skate away, avoiding the hydrofoils as best they can. Ooh, even a Tanya out on the field. Maybe we'll get to see some chronosphere action, some teleportation. We've seen that be pretty effective on Carville in the past. EMP locking down those Mirage tanks. The Prince cleans them up. The Geek locks them down, and the Prince kills them off. Athena Cannon goes down. 4 airfields, but what's your plan to actually win the game, Anan? And yeah, this is more what I'm thinking, you know. Let these 4 guys duke it out. QWERTY is just going to hang out in the bottom corner, get his 60K from those refineries, and just build up a big army and, you know, just play it cool, play it calm. Wait for your moment to strike. Although against a bunch of aircraft carriers, there may not be much he can do. One refinery goes down. Lot of MiGs, but in the wrong spot to defend. Twin Blades coming in. The hydrofoils are here. The cryoblast fires off. It doesn't actually catch anything. It forces those aircraft carriers out of position. The Apollos and the hydrofoils going to chase down these Twin Blades, and the MiGs are here to defend, but the hydrofoil's gonna get the catch on the MiGs. It's a back and forth as the Twin Blades come back to the front line. The EMP locks down the Athena cannons on the high ground, but the Apollos come back in to clear out those Twin Blades, and Apollos versus MiGs. The hydrofoils swinging back by. The MiGs get defeated. The air forces of our Soviet player fall apart, and Anan with that army just loses almost everything in the sky. Good combo by our allied players. Those hydrofoils and those Apollos just trading off. I mean, losing one or two aircraft carriers is probably fine considering how many they've got in the water. Losing one or two aircraft carriers, if you knock out pretty much your opponent's entire army. Anan has just been spending, I think, everything on the aircraft and virtually nothing on anything on the ground, so it's not like there's a ton of hammer tanks that can scroll down to the south side of the map and start blasting stuff away. Tanya cleaning up a big chunk of these forces, completely missed that in all of the action. Cleans up some of this infrastructure, activates the time belt, and it looks like the Apollos are going to keep an eye on her. The Vindicator's refueling, ready to go again. Tanya comes forward. One Riptide might be the end of her. We'll see. Peacekeeper as well. There's the Vindicator kill. Just absolutely exploding her there on the ground. Commando doing some good damage, utilizing his namesake. And Twin Blade's going to go in for the kill. Multi-gunner turret is here to defend. And then Javelin Trooper under the Aegis shield doing some real damage, it seems like. Apollo's searching for their next target. Aircraft carriers leveling these buildings on the island. Wow, 2 games in a row. Not 2 games in a row. The first game, a 3v3 featuring, I think, 3 allied players, and this game featuring 5 allied players. I don't think we've seen a single cryocopter these 2 matches. I mean, these are big team matches, and we have not seen any cryocopters. That's kind of crazy. Obviously, Cryo Shot, Cryo Blast, Cryogeddon, those have all been firing off like absolute hotcakes or something. I don't know, do things fire off like hotcakes? I guess that doesn't make sense. They're not selling like hotcakes because no one's buying. I guess they are kind of buying them. EMP locks down nothing. Everything's already been destroyed. Chronosphere and particle cannon. Wait, what is it? Particle collider? Proton cannon. There we go. Proton cannon. I got around to it eventually. Twin Blades coming back in low power mode for just a moment, and this expansion has been standing strong for almost this entire game, and then has not been able to break it, and just now it looks like he might be able to finally. No, the IFVs come in to save it. They get the kill there on those Twin Blades, and they force them away. Goodbye, Twin Blades, as these aircraft carriers continue to do. Oh, I said it, and now here they are. Look at that. Finally, we get to see the cryocopters here. I was just thinking that cryocopters would be a really good way to deal with Tanya, because you just freeze her down. The time belt, I don't think, helps against cryo. So, all right, let's see what these Twin Blades can do. MiGs and Twin Blades, pretty much the only thing that Anan has been building. It hasn't really worked out for him, with any cannon starting to poke at those buildings. The Twin Blades, Twin Blades are great, but they're just not good at killing stuff. That is, killing stuff like, multi-gunner turrets or knocking down javelin troopers inside of an Aegis shield. Cryogeddon fires off, locks down 4 Athena cannons and an airfield. Twin Blades going for the Proton Collider. Looks like they're barely maybe going to be able to get it, but no, the Javelin Troopers chewing through them. The Aegis shield not really getting it, but no, the Proton Collider barely going down. Can you even believe it? That Proton Collider so close to surviving, but it just gets eliminated. Mirage tanks and IFVs joining forces in the north to knock down
this Soviet expansion. You got a war factory. Why'd you even build a war factory? You're not building any vehicles. You're not doing anything with that war factory. Stop pretending. And now the war factory is going to go down to Allied armor, and that is right. You can build twin blades. That is all that is allowed in this particular case. Chronosphere ready to go. I don't know if Tanya got loaded up into, nope, no Riptide, no transport for Tanya. She's still running around on the ground, so no teleportation. CryoGeddon fires off. Is there actually anything to kill this stuff, though? CryoGeek gets himself caught by a bunch of stuff. Twin Blades coming in here to try and do something, but they're going to be trading against the Apollos, trading against the Hydrofoils, and the Black Hole Armor saving some of these units as well. The MiGs now going to be trying to take down the... I don't think MiGs can do anything. I think their anti-air bombs are getting caught by the Black Hole Armor, and now the MiGs finally step forward. They're managing to trade with the Apollos, but the Apollos just run away, and the MiGs are left holding the bag. Proton Collider gets rebuilt. QWERTY in the south going to be going for the push across the map. Going for kind of a two-pronged attack in the north and in the south. QWERTY doing what he can to actually be active in this game. He is not just sitting back and taking it. He is knocking down players left and right. Maybe not knocking them out of the game, but at least knocking down their refineries. Fully heroic Mirage tank gets sniped there. Apollos again finding their mark. The Prince with his anti-air has done a ton of damage to Commando. Then flies his Apollos right over a bunch of IFVs. Takes a ton of damage there. But the Apollos are a lot cheaper than some of the other stuff he's been killing with his Apollos. Chronosphere ready to fire off. Not sure where Tanya ended up. Must have snuck off somewhere. Ready to go QWERTY with these Athena cannons. Once to Tango. Going to be able to take down these... CryoGeddon's going to be coming in here. Double CryoGeddon from the Prince and the Geek. Cryocopters coming in as well. And say goodnight to the army. As it looks like this, what's left is not going to be enough to stop 5 cryocopters from freezing everything down. The Prince and the Geek joining together to clean up QWERTY's army. No one really having enough of an advantage to really knock anyone else out. It feels like as soon as you turn to the left to attack that guy, someone on the right starts attacking you, and then you have to turn back to the right to defend, and then you get attacked by the guy on the left, and it's just this never-ending cycle in this particular 2v2, v2. But you really have to hand it to QWERTY. He has been playing a 1v2v2, and he has actually been holding his own. CryoGeek trying to shove away these twin blades. We'll be able to get at least one, maybe 2 of them before they make it to safety. Although, how safe is this? I guess there's a couple of flak cannons there on the ground. Hydrofoil's getting some free kills. Some latent air units that are just hanging around, not really doing anything. CryoGeek's impressive navy still sharking around the map, trying to find bits of damage, unable to do that critical damage to take someone out of this game, and these twin blades just getting massacred. IFVs and Javelin soldiers cleaning them up, and it looks like they're going to survive. The stuff on the ground, rather, is going to survive. Not the twin blades. The twin blades got knocked down once again. Anan31 not having a great day with those twin blades, and he has been defeated. Our one Soviet player is out of the game, but of course he handed his stuff over to Commando, so now it's a 1v1v2, but Commando has kind of 2 lanes of attack. QWERTY, who I thought was going to be perhaps sort of knocked out of this game the quickest, is actually looking like a powerhouse player. He doesn't have any electricity, so in that case, he's not a powerhouse player. But he's got a pretty impressive naval force. A bunch of dolphins, I should say. I guess it's not that impressive, but he's got a bunch of dolphins, which can do a lot of damage if they manage to get up close and personal. Athena cannons targeting down the naval yard, targeting down those. Ooh, actually, these dolphins, are they going to go for the MCV? This yellow MCV is just getting absolutely destroyed. Dolphins, this many of them, this close, tried to go for the kill, and they're barely not going to get it right there on the edge of being able to kill off that MCV. A surprise dolphin attack. How many times do you see a surprise dolphin attack kill an MCV? And, well, now the dolphins are all gone. And it's time to let the real Navy do their work. The aircraft carriers, which are coming in so close to being able to kill off that Conyard. But now the Conyard is probably going to be too well defended. There's actually barracks getting deployed to go ahead and get a healing engineer inside of that Conyard, and that'll probably save it before the aircraft carrier can lock onto it. Cryocopters, Vindicators, the entire army from the Prince and the Geek really coming together to kill off that aircraft carrier. I think they were worried it was going to snipe the MCV there of Geek. Which, you know, sniping the MCV, not a big deal when you've got the cache and you've got the naval yard, but it does stop you from being able to utilize those top secret protocols. It stops you from being able to fire off that Cryogeddon, which is, in some cases, a big deal. I mean, you want to maintain that Cryogeddon. You want to always have it ready whenever you, as many times as you can fire it off, the better. You want to always be able to have the option to use it. Airfield almost getting sniped by just a single volley from that aircraft carrier. Again, feeling a bit like a stalemate. If it sort of feels like any one of these players could knock out any of the other single players, but everyone is too scared to move out because as soon as they move out, they know someone is going to come for them. So they've all got pretty impressive armies, but at the same time, they don't have the army to fight necessarily on two fronts, which is what you sort of need to do. QWERTY just taken over that left side of the map, almost uncontested, at least for the last couple of minutes. "45 seconds on the Proton Collider, 35 seconds on the Chronosphere or something. Sentry bombers and aircraft carriers, but that is not enough to knock down that MCV. The MiGs getting the kills there. Commando with his one part Allied, one part Soviet army trying to defend his island. Oh, he might actually get this MCV, considering that the MCV has just been kind of hanging around. MCV surviving the sentry bombers, surviving the first pass of those aircraft carriers. Proton Collider, Cryogeddon firing off on the high ground. Proton Collider is ready. Chronosphere is ready. Cryo weapons finally landing on the island, taking down those two Athena cannons just as the IFVs show up to scare away those air forces. Man, that one, a cryocopter took so many rockets, and it was still just, you know, it's fine. It survived that engagement. Athena cannon from the high ground, taking a couple of shots at those naval forces, trying to weaken the navy of CryoGeek. Anan's old war factory, I guess now Commando's war factory, getting targeted by those aircraft carriers. Sentry bomber from QWERTY, possibly going for the scout there, but also trying to... Oh, he dropped a Tanya that got frozen. Multi-gunner turret almost not getting there in time, as that freeze would have expired. That was a pretty frozen Tanya, but you don't want the freeze to expire just before the multi-gunner turret can actually blast her down. Commando with a bunch of Akula subs, going for the hydrofoils, maybe even going for the aircraft carriers. We'll see if an EMP lands and locks down this army. Cryocopters showing up. You have to surface to fire, and the cryocopters are here to shut you down, to stop you from being able to participate in this battle. EMP locks down 3 assault destroyers as well as a bunch of IFVs. There's too many cryocopters even for the IFVs. Fortunately, a bunch of them got EMP'd, and Commando actually doing an amazing job to clear out a big section of CryoGeek's forces, but ultimately it's not enough. CryoGeek's cryo is just too good. A couple of sentry bombers, Commando sentry bombers, I guess, get shot down by CryoGeek's Apollos. The Prince circling this island, trying to find some units to shoot up. This is a lot of aircraft carriers. QWERTY, again, just like being such a strong presence in this game, despite the fact that it's been a 1v2 for most of the game for him. 1v2v2. All right, this could be the big move out. Will the Proton Collider finally come into use here? What was that Chronosphere almost usage there? I'm not sure what he was hoping to catch with it. Maybe he was just hoping to move those units or get a bunch of the Mirage tanks. Is that another Tanya? Where is the Proton Collider going to land? Possibly over here, where the army is retreating to. Aircraft carriers retreat from the northern sea. Cryocopters pulling back as well. QWERTY continuing to make headway. He's still got that Proton Collider, so potentially he could still blast down this army and not have to fight it directly. Let's see. The Mirage tank step forward. CryoGeddon fires off from one of our allied players. No return fire CryoGeddon. It's going to be double CryoGeddon from the Prince and the Geek. But there's the return fire CryoGeddon. Perhaps a little too late. A time bomb going to be firing off. And where's the Proton Collider? Where is the big damage to the army? He could have caught so much stuff there, but it may not have mattered with the double CryoGeddon. That is a difficult thing to overcome. The time bomb finally finding its mark, busting up those frozen units. And QWERTY has spent most of his ground army here in the south. He is moving forward with another army in the north. Proton Collider fires off, lands on some of these buildings out on the water. I guess he was trying to clear out the navy of his opponent. EMP fires off. He locks down every single aircraft carrier. The Prince from land and CryoGeek from the water, shutting down QWERTY's navy. And goodbye as the cryocopters show up to this battle. It seems like nothing will escape. Dolphins, a joke at this point. Dolphins have got some good burst damage, but not in this kind of a situation, and especially not against cryocopters. Commando may be losing in the north, but he's losing to a guy who just lost in the south. QWERTY dumping a huge amount of cash into that attack in the south, and at this point, I think he's sort of depleting a lot of his resources, but he is going to maybe kick Commando into just the island, kick Commando out of the outer ring of this map. And if Commando is only on the island, then Commando might actually be able to be cleaned up. 2 super reactors left untouched, it seems. Commando's got a couple of units in these buildings. A beacon gets deployed, possibly tagging this ground army in the north. Those 2 super reactors are kind of a curious choice to just leave those. I mean, that could be enough to send Commando into low power mode, which would cut off his production and stop him from being as much of a threat. But at the same time, Maybe QWERTY just wants to try and do as much damage to the Prince and to Geek as he can. Assault destroyers versus Athena cannons, but the cryocopters in the sky continue to be unmatched. After those MiGs went down, Commando didn't really have a good anti-air option. He never built very many Apollos of his own, and the MiGs didn't last against the hydrofoil Apollo combo of our allied players. These Mirage tanks and Athena cannons doing some good damage, but how much more are they really going to be able to do? I guess the aircraft carriers are coming for them now. Cryo nabs one of the Athena cannons. Two of the Athena cannons get cleaned up, and he's trading out aircraft carrier drones against the premium units of this army, so that's no problem at all for CryoGeek. He doesn't mind trading out a couple of aircraft carrier drones for high-value units. Ooh, Chronosphere grabs two of the aircraft carriers. That's a big chunk of the Navy of CryoGeek. But is the rest of it actually going to be able to get out of this EMP to do any real damage? Oh, the Precision Bomber and the Mirage Tank joining forces. QWERTY has managed to do it. He cleans up the entire Navy of CryoGeek. Something that no one else has really been able to do. Sells off both of those. Commando might be out of the game. Commando is out of the game. Anan and Commando have been defeated. Our first team drops, but now the cryocopters are here. One of them easily for each of those Javelin soldiers, and now the army has been defeated. What are you going to do against these cryocopters? QWERTY also severely lacking anti-air, even an EMP, just to add insult to injury. The army has expired. The cryocopters cannot be stopped. And still, 5 allied players in this game, and only one of them is building cryocopters. I mean, they don't always work magic, but this game, these cryocopters have definitely saved CryoGeek and done a lot of damage, just reducing down his enemy's armies by so much. Time bomb gets deployed. This is going to send the army running for the hills. And it feels like the Prince and the Geek are going to be able to clean up this game. They haven't quite done it yet, but considering that they survived the portion where there were more enemies, and now they literally just have one guy to fight between the two of them. Although bugged harvesters are definitely not going to help them win that fight. Based on the fact that QWERTY hasn't been able to win up to this point, makes me cautious if he's going to be able to win this game. Now, a Chronosphere Proton Collider combo could be really powerful. My feeling is that as long as these two allied players have their Cryogeddons, it's going to be really hard to push in here with an army. 30-second on the clock. Dolphins coming in here trying to snipe something. The Cryocopter is going for the shutdown. There's one Cryogeddon, so that's actually good. He's used one Cryogeddon. You just have to worry about the other one. I think they both have their MCVs. Okay, yeah, there's the Prince's MC. So they both got their MCVs. There's the second Cryogeddon. It forces the Mirage tanks forward. They might be able to... No, they circle back right into it. Only one of them gets frozen, though. Good dodging there by QWERTY, almost killing himself by accident. And now he is ready to go. So QWERTY can do this. This could be his comeback moment. Mirage tanks leading the charge. Proton Collider ready. Chronosphere ready. He can eliminate a big chunk of an army. The airfield is going to be under threat. What can the Geek and the Prince do to stop this? EMP locks down almost the entire army. Every single Mirage tank, every single IFV gets caught, but still no Chronosphere usage. And there's the Cryogeddon return fire. Fortunately, the EMP is not comboed with something else. The Cryogeddon locking down that section of the map, but the Black Hole armor allowing these allied units to avoid that for now. Proton Collider firing off, and that's going to be it. No, the aircraft carrier's surviving. At least one of them does survive. The Chronosphere really needs to be used. A second EMP locks down this army. The Prince and the Geek are taking this army apart bit by bit, and now the Cryocopter's coming in. The Assault Destroyer's here to tank damage on the front. The Prince with only a couple of Javelin soldiers, a couple of Peacekeepers. Really, the brunt of this army, the brunt of this defense has been from CryoGeek. Another Mirage tank gets sniped. Only 2 Mirage tanks left in this attack. 2 Athena cannons as well. The IFVs not managing to kill any Cryocopters as of yet. Maybe they got 1. 4 Cryocopters are here. They dodge in. They take a ton of damage, but they all escape. One of them so close to death. And there's going to be the Black Hole Armor activating. Nice dodge and weave. There's a shrunk down Mirage tank that gets crushed, and the IFV is going to be next. This one heroic Assault Destroyer doing so much damage there, and the Peacekeepers now coming for the shrunk down Athena cannon. They get the kill, and this might be it for this army. So close to cleaning up 2 allied players. And what is wrong with this Athena cannon? He's getting caught by something. I'm not sure why he's glitching out like that. But the Athena cannon goes down. The shrunk down IFV goes down. They fire so fast when they're shrunk down like that. And it looks like 2 Assault Destroyers coming through, trying to go for the kill on the aircraft carrier. Maybe they got it. But at the end of the day, the army has expired once again. Almost able to do it. He might be able to, with another attack like that. You gotta hit before the Cryogeddons reset, though, which might actually be too late already. The Cryogeddons might be ready to go by the time the army gets over there. Prince and Geek expanding to the island, but honestly, they could expand pretty freely up to the north. It's not a lot. 2 depleted refineries, a 3rd depleted refinery, but still 4 additional depleted refineries. That's like 1 real refinery, and it's pretty slim pickings on this map at this point. Chronosphere fires off. Another Assault Destroyer going in for a kill. Chronosphere lands the army in on the island. A couple of Cryocopters might finally go down. No, they get the shrink, they get the freeze. The Cryogeddon catching the Athena cannons and that IFV there. Sells off the refinery to get the PK, and it's going to be up to the aircraft carriers to try and make something happen here. That's actually true for both sides, it seems. Cryogeddon firing off now. Black Hole Armor is going to absorb it, though. Might catch one of these Assault Destroyers. No, doesn't quite get them. Unfortunate for QWERTY. Coming so close to winning this game single-handedly, but his last 2 attempts have been slapped down. He's got 1 more big move out. This is all Athena cannons. That's you've definitely got some weaknesses there, and 1 Peacekeeper and a couple of Cryocopters might be able to shut down this entire attack. We'll see. Apollo's trading blows above the island. Aircraft carriers retreating away from the front line. And, well, I guess this has been long enough that almost the super weapons have almost reset. Aircraft carriers getting shrunk down. The Cryocopters are here to freeze everything. And CryoGeek living up to his name in the second half of this game, who, unfortunately for QWERTY, he deploys a multi-gunner turret there just at the wrong moment, right as the time bomb goes off there, and just deletes it. CryoGeek coming in here, going to be able to shut down this expansion. The depleted Orn mine is, you know, nice to have, but it's going to get cleaned up. Peacekeepers from CryoGeek. This expansion gets scouted out as well. Athena cannons get EMP'd. They can't even make it close to the main bases of the Prince and the Geek. Ooh, one aircraft carrier could get jumped on. This is 4 Athena cannons. Aegis shield gets activated, but it's too late. The aircraft carrier gets sniped, and now if he can just do that a couple of more times, snipe these refineries, snipe that naval yard. Cryocopters are here. Where's the IFVs? Here they are. They're actually not in position to defend, and so those cryocopters escape without a scratch on them, without taking any additional damage. Looks like Tanya had a heyday here, doing a lot of damage to this base. Oh no, it actually might not have been Tanya. It might have just been sentry bombers. Just going for a big bomb and run, clearing up a bunch of infrastructure. More aircraft carriers. 8 grand in this Orno, just waiting to be harvested. Another proton collider firing off, cleaning up the naval yard. Finally gets the kill on that naval yard, and well, the aircraft carrier survives for the current moment. But the naval yard means no more aircraft carriers will be produced there. They're only getting built up in the north. The Prince getting back to building an army. Vindicators coming in. They're going to be able to jump on this. Oh, the Aegis shield is good enough. It actually barely saves that Athena cannon there. And the IFVs doing some good damage. Well, maybe not. I guess they don't. The IFVs didn't kill a single Vindicator. EMP locks down those well, one remaining Athena cannon. The other one already got cleaned up by the Javelin soldiers, it seems. And now the IFV is going to be getting frozen down one at a time. The Peacekeepers are here to seal the deal. The Vindicators come back through for another run, and that's another army wiped clean off of the map. I mean, to be honest, an army of just Athena cannons is not really a game-winning army. Your opponent has to be in a pretty bad spot for just Athena cannons to win the game. Ooh, that always sucks. Another bugged harvester. Some of these bugged harvesters getting sent back to work eventually, but building a refinery and then losing out on the income from that refinery for some undetermined amount of time always sucks. And I just realized that these 3 oil derricks have survived this entire game up to this point. Anan had them for part of the time, but QWERTY got them at some point. And now the Prince is going to start clearing out this top left-hand corner. They've shifted their focus from the south side of the map to the north side of the map. And it looks like QWERTY is starting to get hemmed in. He's starting to get choked out. As if he loses these expansions in the north, which actually, oh, these expansions, at least one of them, had a little bit of cash still in it, so that was still providing serious income. And the oil derricks, of course, they're not big income, but 3 of them combined, and they don't ever deplete, so at least that remains consistent. Cryogeddon fires off. Ore refinery gets targeted down. The Prince starting to clean up these refineries. Vindicators getting taken out. This game definitely dragging on a bit. Hey, rebuilding that refinery again. Oh, and again it happens. That really sucks. Hey, at least it's going to get Cryogeddon, so it kind of doesn't matter. Yeah, move that harvester away. Better save it. That oil derrick got frozen, but it didn't actually get killed off. Chronosphere is ready. Precision bomber takes out one of the Dolphins. Dolphins chasing away these aircraft carriers. The Prince going to be coming in with his own Dolphins, going for the defense there. And look at this, CryoGeek finally going to be making his own assault on the main base of QWERTY. Holding out for so long. He is going to need some really crazy moves. Oh my gosh, his sentry bombers coming through. It looks like Tanya coming back ahead for the win. Are you kidding me? Tanya gets the kill, and the Proton Collider survives. I thought that Proton Collider was going to go down, but now Tanya's going to get frozen, and, well, that's a cold river for her. And the Dolphin gets the kill. Oh, Time Bomb is going to get the kill. Frozen down everything. QWERTY has been defeated. That is the end of our 2v2v2. The Prince and the Geek managed to take it, but it definitely felt like the Geek doing most of the heavy lifting for a big chunk of that game. Nearly 50 minutes of 2v2v2 action, and actually some pretty consistent action, all things considered, for that match. So that is it for game number 3. Some of these games really dragging on a bit. And yeah, this whole video will be uploaded to YouTube. So yeah, you can catch it there if you miss any of the action. I think we're going to take a little bit of a break here for some tea. I have not been casting a lot recently, so my throat is a bit out of shape. And this is like, you know, nearly 2 hours of casting right out of the gate. So I think I'm going to go make a tea, and then we'll be back in a couple of minutes for game number 4, which is another 3v3.
I also got some soup. Did you guys get any soup? Got some tea going downstairs. Well, the water's boiling for the tea. And then I got some soup, and then we're gonna get back into the game. In 10 minutes, someone remind me to take the lid off of my tea.
All right, you ready? I'm ready. I got my tea brewing. Got a little lid on it so it stays hot. Are you ready? Do you think you're ready? Welcome back to Magmageddon for game number 4 of this subscriber replay showcase. Trying to get back on top of my email, having almost gotten caught up at the end of last year and having fallen behind once again in the top left-hand corner. As the green allies, this is Rlandi. Smurfing as brutal Rlandi, so we'll have to see if he performs better than a brutal AI or not. As the cyan allies, this is KingKong. And as the orange empire in the south, rounding out our team on the left side, this is GGoT. In the top right-hand corner as the blue allies, we have Error404. In the middle of the map lane as the red, this is GoDofWaR. And in the south, as the yellow empire, this is Unity is One. All right, so in game number 1, I said that we had 2 allied players and an empire player, and it seems like in this game we actually do have 2 allied players and an empire player on each team. So, hopefully, now that we're to this point, you know, things will clear up a little bit here. 2 Empire players in the south, and then 4 Allied players in the middle and in the north. Pretty Allied-heavy day, all things considered. 5 Allied players in the last game, 4 here in this game. You know, 2 6-player games with 9 out of 12 Allied players in them. Rlandi, KingKong, GGoT versus Error404, GoDofWaR, Unity is One. Played sometime in 2021, I'm not exactly sure when. Ton of walls to block off this dojo course, but as we saw in that first 3v3, that first match up in the north side of the map, actually, a single dojo core can cause a lot of havoc, especially if you've got a couple of allied players with turrets waiting to deploy. All right, snipes it down nice and quick. Shuts that down very efficiently. Unity is One, not going to be able to pull any shenanigans out at this point. Mecha Bay coming up in the south for Unity. GGoT a little bit faster on that, but perhaps skipping out on the big infantry forces. And Unity is One, spending a bunch of cash on dojo, spending a bunch of cash on infantry forces, and really getting nowhere with it, at least in the first part of this game. Rlandi takes this expansion here, coming towards his opponent. At the same time, Error404 getting his own 3rd refinery up and running, really pushing his infantry forces out pretty far. Gets a war factory as the follow-up. In the middle of the map, GoDofWaR and KingKong up against each other. GoDofWaR taking a 4th refinery very quickly. Also, a couple of Javelin soldiers in the south and a multi-gunner turret to defend. Unity is One. Ooh, this refinery core getting jumped on, and that is a great catch for GGoT. What a find! What a kill for him. And now just get out of there. Yeah, you don't even need to hang around and fight anything else. You got a kill on a refinery. That is more than enough damage to call it good for the minute. Gets a Vindicator as well, helps to shut down that attack. GoDofWaR looking good on the right side of the map. I didn't actually write it down. Some of these guys might have been playing random. I know in 2021, GoDofWaR was doing a decent amount of random playing. From back in the day, he was an allied player, but I don't actually remember, I didn't write it down, if he chose allies or if he played random and got it sort of by luck. Error404 and Rlandi kind of facing off in the north a little bit there. Mostly just shooting each other with their I-beams, staring each other down, trying to intimidate the other guy. Couple of Javelin Soldiers and IFVs getting the damage off on those Vindicators as they pop through for a bit of an attack. Tengus circling through, trying to take down those Apollos, but the Apollos will not be killed off. 2 Tengus actually going down. GGoT definitely losing out on that exchange in that moment. Tengu's going for the harass. GGoT with his water expansion, not going to have an easy time just harvesting away at it. He's going to lose that harvester. No hope of saving it, not that late at least. A couple of Apollos do, or one Apollo, not even a couple of Apollos. One Apollo shows up. Unity is one, keeps his Tengus on the ground, at least for now. Harvester back up and running on that expansion. Ooh, War Factory gets sniped. What a play by Rlandi, sneaking a single Javelin Soldier along the south side of that mountain and getting the snipe on the War Factory. That was a top-level move there. Great concept, great execution. One more Mecha Tengu goes down just in time there as they show back up to that Mecha Bay to get those repairs. And that is a Prospector that is barely, just barely alive. Cryoblast firing off, doesn't quite catch. Ooh, just as GoDofWaR deploys a multi-gunner turret. How annoying is that? Unbelievably bad luck there by GoDofWaR, just instantly denied there, completely shut down. The front line does get broken. Error 404 is going to have to deal with a brutal Rlandi worth of Peacekeepers coming straight for him. Losing that War Factory was a big deal. Javelin Troopers have got the laser lock. The War Factory is maybe not long for this world once again. And that black hole armor is just so powerful. It cannot be overstated how powerful that is to absorb those cryo shots early on in the game before the Aegis shield of the Athena cannon can get to them. But it looks like Error 404 has been able to push this back. His Peacekeepers coming through Supreme, and his IFVs holding the ground as well. And that's one thing that is nice about when your opponent has just the single assault destroyer is once you take that down, the rest of the army sort of falls apart to just Peacekeepers, and that is a hold by Error 404. Not a free hold. He took his damage. He really got knocked back a couple of feet there, but he has survived, and he hasn't lost out on his economy. He didn't lose any critical infrastructure. War Factory is, I guess, pretty close to critical infrastructure, but he didn't lose any tech, I should say. Look at that. Rlandi trying to be annoying there with those force firing on the ground, which if you guys haven't seen that trick, if your opponent is being lazy and leaving their assault destroyers just sort of on that black hole armor mode, you can force fire on the ground near the edge of the black hole armor radius, and you can get the shots to absorb. And of course it's laser lock, so it's firing a bunch of rockets, and it's safe to do because you're far enough away from the actual units that they can't attack you back. There's the big transform in the middle of the map. GGoT coming in to defend KingKong against GoDofWaR. It's going to be 3 assault destroyers, but I think there's enough on the ground here from our Empire Allied combo team to push this back. Let's see the assault destroyers making their way forward. GGoT does not go for the runaway. Those tsunami tanks do get crushed, and it looks like 1 assault destroyer does go down. The second one with that black hole armor keeping his friend safe for at least the current moment. Couple of Javelin Soldiers almost getting the kill on that ore refinery, but Rlandi coming through strong with those IFVs to defend his allies' refinery. Good move there by Rlandi. He's being a good team player for sure. A little bit more harassment. Unity is 1. Trying to find the damage with the tank busters, with the Tengus. It's not always successful from Unity is 1, but it looks like he's been doing more damage than he's been taking, and he's sort of a net positive in that case. Ooh, he doesn't quite swing these guys around to the other side. There is a safe area over there away from the multi-gunner turret, but unfortunately it looks like he's looking elsewhere and doesn't quite pull away those Tengus inside to the safe side of that refinery. Harvester once again back online. KingKong. Well, no, never mind. No, he doesn't take any damage. That Tengu just gets sniped before it can transform. And look at these jokers doing the same thing to each other. Just you know, saber rattling more than anything. KingKong defending GGoT's refinery. GoDofWaR stepping forward with a couple of Riptides. Going to be able to catch a Tsunami tank. Trades one Riptide for one Tsunami tank, so that's an okay trade for him. EMP locks down both of the aircraft assault destroyers, but the aircraft carrier already went down, so it doesn't really matter. Nice attempt there by Arrow 404 in the north, but it doesn't quite work out. Or wait, no, that was Rlandi. Arrow 404 has the assault destroyers. Ooh. I think someone is using that infinite EMP glitch so he can fire the EMP from further than it would normally be allowed. Striker VX is coming forward. They're going to be able to snipe one of the Guardian tanks. The other unit's mostly trying to escape from the wrath of the Striker VXs. Apollo's now going to be coming through, and a bunch of Tengus as well, just absolutely slaughtering those Strikers. There's the big transform to go against the tanks of GoDofWaR. GoDofWaR mushing his way forward and just trying to brute force his way in the front door. It's not quite going to work out, or at least now that the Tengus have reformed. These Javelin soldiers are not long for this world. 2 Guardian tanks still left here for GoDofWaR. It's barely not enough from GGoT. And yes, his last 2 Tengus do fall, but the reinforcements from Rlandi, it looks like, will save the day. GoDofWaR getting pushed back. GoDofWaR fighting basically 3 guys at once, but it was Rlandi who ended up coming through with just enough forces to win that battle. Aircraft carrier from Arrow 404 trying to go for the kill on those harvesters, on those refineries, and both aircraft carriers go down moments before the black hole armor could have potentially saved them. Arrow 404 loses both aircraft carriers as they were sitting right there next to that naval yard. They probably have only been in the game for a minute or 2, and then they just get completely eliminated by those Vindicators. Cryoblast coming through. Catches a big group of Javelin soldiers. Arrow 404 trying once again. This time assault destroyers. 2 of them are here. Maybe another aircraft carrier is going to pop out. We'll see. But it's going to be up to the assault destroyers and the infantry. Assault destroyers just there to tank a bit of damage. But the Athena cannons are now here. The Vindicators coming through again. And it looks like they may actually be able to jump on the naval yard. No, instead they're going to be going for the MCV. Big chunk of damage on that MCV. Now the rest of the Vindicators going to be going for it. And the last couple of bombs will drop. The MCV goes down, and if that was an aircraft carrier, it is canceled. Error 404 loses his Tier 3 MCV, gets knocked back down to Tier 1. He's going to have to be fighting with some saltine crackers for the rest of the game, unless he gets himself another MCV or techs up through the command hubs. Cryogeddon firing off as we have got enough allied players to keep those Cryogeddons coming. Keep them firing off one after another. Vindicators once again coming down. Brutal Rlandi just defeating GoDofWar's army just before it gets to the really undefended regions of KingKong's base. Brutal Rlandi just keeps coming through and going for the kill. Sudden transport. Unity is one. I'm not actually sure if that's his sudden transport or if that was GGoT's sudden transport. It looks like it is. Okay, yeah. But someone had a sudden transport and I think busted down the MCV of GGoT. Brutal Rlandi making big headway. Engineer going for the cap, and that is going to be a war factory taken away. Arrow 404 got himself a war factory and has shut down the production of Brutal Rlandi. At the same time, Rlandi going to be blasting through the main base of Arrow 404. Arrow 404 has been defeated, hands everything over to Unity as one, so now he's going to be an Empire allied team. And this map just sort of exploding with action. Tengu harassing in the south. Tengus and GoDofWaR just crushing against the base of KingKong. And KingKong about to lose his war factory. Gets out one last Riptide. Rlandi has completely shut down Unity as one. And it looks like the war factory did get cleaned up at some point. A couple of Peacekeepers trying to go for the kill on that refinery, but the Athena cannons saved them. The Athena cannons stopped that from going down. GGoT, with his own sudden transport, gets his own Empire Engineer into GoDofWar's allied MCV and shuts down another allied MCV. So many MCVs getting captured and destroyed in just a couple of minutes in this game. Rlandi continuing to push on forward. KingKong has pretty much been knocked out of this game. I think he's still technically in it. He might have a naval yard or something somewhere on the map. Okay, no, he escaped with his MCV down towards the south side of the map. Hopefully, he doesn't get jumped on by another engineer inside of a sudden transport or something. Looks like this sudden transport is actually just going to be full of tank busters, and they're going for the barracks. The Tengus are also here to support GoDofWaR with a couple of Riptides in force to help out with that attack. And it's not quite a 2v2, but with KingKong not really doing too much for the last couple of minutes, it's pretty close to just a 2v2 in this game. Rlandi with a great opportunity to expand across the northern side of the map and take that entire section of the map for himself. A couple of Tengus are here. The Striker's going to be able to targeting them down, and they go for the big transform. And it looks like the Apollos and the Tengus from our team on the left side are going to be here to save the MCV of KingKong. More reinforcements coming from GGoT, and Unity as one gets completely shut down in the sky. The MCV survives. And I hope there's an engineer inside of that, because I don't think the tank busters are going to have the DPS to take down this Conyard. They don't even have the range to take down the Conyard. It looks like it is safe. Athena Cannon versus Athena Cannon, but Rlandi has the far superior numbers. But no, maybe not, as these Mirage tanks and these Riptides get up close and personal. The snipes from the Athena Cannons are enough, though. The Mirage tanks go down. The Riptides and the Guardian Cannons get eaten up, and that is some bad unit control from GoDofWaR. He was not watching these guys as they passed along the north side of that mountain ridge. And unfortunately for GoDofWaR, his units pathing the wrong way and him not correcting it has pretty much cost him his entire army. And based on the minimap, it looks like he doesn't have a whole lot else going for him. Rlandi coming through strong, rebuilding his war factory, knocking Error 404 out, and now he's even knocked GoDofWaR pretty much out by taking down that army. And now it's all up to Unity as one. Somehow, I don't think he's quite going to be able to do it. GGoT is rebuilding. KingKong was never truly completely out of it, so he was starting to rebuild as well, and that will do it for game number 4. A pretty action-packed 3v3, and Rlandi coming through big time to win a lot of fights for his team and also knock out a good number of the enemy players as well. Rlandi coming through. The infinite EMP range glitch, is that what you were referring to, Wolf? Oh, you guys forgot to tell me about the tea. Gonna take my tea bag out. Set that aside so my tea can start to cool. YuNo showing up as well. Welcome to the chat, man. If you guys missed the games, this whole VOD is going to go up on YouTube, so you'll be able to check it out over there. We are crushing through some subscriber-submitted replays, catching up a little bit. I can crank up the volume a little bit. Okay, how's that?
Got some chicken soup going. Trying to eat in between the games. All right, some pretty good games. Some games with some dead spots in them, perhaps. But we've got ourselves an FFA coming up. Actually, there's 2 FFAs. One's a 3-player FFA, and one is a 6-player FFA. But first up, this is Pyroclasm. So welcome to Pyroclasm for a 3-player FFA in the north as the Red Empire. This is DutchArmy. In the, well, on the left side as the Blue Soviets. I was going to say in the middle, and then I realized there's kind of both in the middle. Anyways. On the left side, this, as the Blue Soviets, is KingKong. And our 3rd player playing as the Orange Allies. This is YoungBuck. Now, the cool thing about this, it's a 3-player FFA, but all 3 of them are playing random. So KingKong, normally an allied player, now is going to be playing Soviets. DutchArmy, normally an allied player, going to be playing Empire. YoungBuck, I don't know. So maybe he's normally an allied player and he got lucky. Maybe he's normally an Empire or Soviet player, and so everyone is playing off faction. But at any rate, all 3 of them decided to play random for this game. And, ooh, DutchArmy, you spicy, spicy boy. Look at this. He's going to get 2 oil derricks. He kind of steals KingKong's oil derrick away from him. Always annoying when that happens. But, hey, if you got those Empire engineers, you might as well go for the Empire plays. Meanwhile, KingKong going for the base crawl to his 3rd. So he may be getting a very quick 3rd refinery up and running, sort of before anyone else really gets around to it. There's the double oil derrick. And Pyroclasm, we've seen some really awesome games on this map for sure. Some FFAs can really go crazy and be entertaining to watch. And the fact that these guys are all playing random just adds a little bit of extra chaos into the mix right out of the gate. I do love that it turned out to be, you know, a perfect distribution. 1 Allied, 1 Soviet, 1 Empire. We get to see how good DutchArmy's Empire is, how good KingKong's Soviet is, and how good YoungBuck is just in general. 3rd refineries looks like going to be coming up for everyone. Up and running for DutchArmy, almost up and running for KingKong. KingKong did end up getting his own oil derrick, but maybe it won't be around for too much longer. Imperial Warriors against Conscripts, but it's going to be the MCV barely missing. Oh, he missed the crush on that dojo. And that bear, what was that? That should have locked down those Imperial Warriors, but I'm guessing that was a bit of lag. And so I'm guessing one of the Imperial Warriors, according to the game, actually killed off that bear before it got the roar off. Dojo does get deployed. A late war factory, but it's only after the 3rd, so it's not a super late war factory. A couple of Tengus are here for DutchArmy. Vindicators heading out. Tengus go for the transform. The Apollos are waiting, though. He gets the Vindicator, I think, so that's probably going to be worth it. He's trying to close the distance, but he's not able to do it. DutchArmy actually just losing all of his Tengus. I think that wasn't worth it suddenly, since he didn't actually take out any of the Apollos. The barracks does get cleaned up, so no more shenanigans for DutchArmy. He's not going to be able to do anything too crazy against KingKong. Defender VX coming up. Could be a token, or could be a hint that DutchArmy is going tier 2. Wants that extra bit of defense. Good Air Force usage coming out from YoungBuck, so he may indeed be an allied player. And oh, check this out from KingKong, just being annoying, trying to block off that refinery. The refinery was only halfway done, so it's not like a huge delay to the refinery. We'll see. Multi-gunner turret going to start taking some shots at this naval yard, maybe. And the MCV getting up close and personal at KingKong. What is he hoping to do? And no, it's not even delaying the refinery because it was a naval yard coming out of YoungBuck. Looks like the barracks does get shut down. The MCV is going to move on away, and this naval yard may actually finish up. I'm not sure what KingKong's plan for this naval yard is,
We'll see if he lets it finish up. Maybe he builds a Stingray out of it or something. He's just trying to be ultra annoying. He does let it finish. So it's going to have, you know, maximum health. He can repair it as well. And, yeah, maybe he even goes for a Stingray. MCV redeploys. The Tesla Coil is in range of that multi-gunner turret. So with the Peacekeepers there, that is not going to last. The Bear, not enough firepower to get close. Oh, he drops a reactor as well, trying to maintain that build radius, trying to just block this refinery for even longer. And it looks like YoungBuck does have a refinery queued, so this is delaying his refinery. I don't know if it's actually worth it income-wise for KingKong. He's going for another one! And then the Tesla Coil, I assume he's going to cancel some of this stuff, but he is really distracting YoungBuck, and at the same time, DutchArmy swinging in here with a big group of Tengus that YoungBuck just may not be able to deal with at all. Reactors are chaining themselves, and it looks like the Tesla Coil was canceled, so even more chaos and fusion being sown by KingKong. DutchArmy going for the transform could harass both refineries at once and kind of shut down entirely the economy of YoungBuck. He does have this third refinery over there, so always the potential for a little bit more harassment to happen. And actually, Vindicator is going to be getting targeted down. A couple of Peacekeepers get eliminated. One Vindicator goes down. These multi-gunner, these Tengus have got the multi-point harass defense drones. What am I saying? Point defense drones. I kept wanting to say multi-gunner turret, but no multi-gunner turrets were actually deployed there. Instead, the Tengus get a couple of kills and then skate away. They force that airfield to go down, or to get sold off, rather. Tengu's coming back in. They're going to try and go for the kill on the Bullfrog. KingKong now kind of caught awkwardly between Tengu's getting deployed out of the War Factory and Tengu's coming back home for reinforcements. Hammer Tank's getting up close and personal with those Tengus. The Tengu's not able to clean up that terror drone, but at the same time, the Tengu's getting very low on health. Riptide's coming up from YoungBuck. He's finally knocked KingKong out of his base, and YoungBuck has had some real problems trying to get himself established for the last couple of minutes, but he's kicked everyone out of his base, and now he's finally got that fourth refinery up and running, so he's happy to lose a Riptide there on the front line. He's got two multi-gunner turrets guarding his MCV, and he's even got a hydrofoil for some reason over there on the right side of the map, maybe to support those Apollos, or he just had them all selected in the same control group, and so he's clicking around the map with his Apollos and also sending a hydrofoil along for the ride as well. Yari mini-subs from DutchArmy sneak all the way along the west edge of the map to end up there and shut down that expansion. Two Yari mini-subs patrolling the water, and it could be that DutchArmy will control the seas. One hydrofoil is not enough for those two Yari mini-subs, but at the same time, KingKong is not giving a lot of breathing room to DutchArmy. KingKong feeling like he might be able to strike some damage, but at the same time, it leaves YoungBuck completely open, and he is going to be trying to take the middle of the map. I guess he can't until he clears out those walls from KingKong. Everyone finding themselves a comfortable 4 refineries. No one quite been able to hold on to a 5th, or even really get a 5th. But maybe one day soon, YoungBuck will find an angle. The middle of the map feels a little bit too dangerous for DutchArmy right now. He could try and take this water expansion over here. Yari mini-subs continuing to search around the map. Vindicators dropping the bombs on that flak trooper. I don't know where that harvester went off to. I thought I saw the harvester driving through the wall, but it's gone. He got out of there completely. Big thanks to Mecha Ranger. Mecha Ronger? I don't know. Over in the chat, he's like, Cybert is a cutie. Oops, wrong chat. He's just trying to be cute. Trying to be a funny guy. MCV out on the water. Satellites getting dumped on this refinery. And KingKong, once again, he is going for the buildings are my attack method.
MCV gets sniped. DutchArmy gets the kill, but that's only one build queue from this Soviet player. He's got a war factory. He has got himself a crane. He is doing all right. Engineer going for the cap of that oil derrick. Maybe won't quite get it, as this tsunami tank is going to go for the kill. Gets the crush. Absolutely destroyed there. Still no one has taken this water expansion, which seems like it might be the least contested expansion in this section. Looks like a multi-gunner turret got cleaned up there. The command hub as well being eliminated. KingKong may not have an MCV, but that is okay. He's got his tech up and running, at least enough to get hammer tanks out on the field. I guess he never actually went for tier 3. Might be a thing to do. Kirovs are, well, they're kind of good. DutchArmy, 4 Yari mini-subs, the biggest navy of anyone on the map. Apollos get chased away. Ooh, Athena cannons sniping that harvester. Could go for the refinery next. And yeah, they're going to get it. The Athena cannons sniping that refinery, shutting down a quarter of the income. I guess the oil derrick makes it not technically a quarter, but close enough. Who cares? Oh! That's unfortunate. It gets sniped. That's too bad. Once again, the brick texture being revealed there. The explosion of the Tengu turning the mountains into brick for some reason. One of those weird, like, texture glitches in Red Alert 3. I don't know why that is. I guess the like scorch mark on the ground is like randomly selected maybe, and one of them has bricks in it for some reason. And so when maybe sometimes that random selection grabs the one with bricks when it's on a surface that shouldn't have bricks. I don't know why that is. A little weird texture glitch in Red Alert 3. Shogun battleships. DutchArmy has done it. The DutchArmy more like the Japanese Navy, but that's okay. Point defense drones aren't going to save you against this cryoblast, but reverse moving away from it definitely will. YoungBuck and DutchArmy now going to be going at it. Wave Force Artillery lands one shot, but the tsunami tanks are coming up close and personal to the Athena cannons. The Wave Force Artillery, not the Wave Force Artillery, the Shogun battleships trying to get in on the action. They're right at the edge of the range, but they do snipe that Athena cannon, and DutchArmy pushes YoungBuck back. KingKong is just happy to be in the game still. He's like, I'm going to go for some Twin Frog. I'm going to get some Twin Blades and some Bullfrogs and hope that that will be enough to get me through to the end of the game. 5 Mirage tanks here for YoungBuck. His Athena cannon's getting sniped. Is this a CryoGeddon about to fire off? Nope. 1 Vindicator goes down, but 2 Tsunami tanks got eliminated. And KingKong getting pressured by DutchArmy. He tried to go for the Twin Frog, but now he has lost 2 refineries relatively quickly. The oil derrick as well, his economy being cut in half, and now his super reactor is under threat as those Shogun battleships set their eyes on it. Barely it survives for a moment longer. KingKong, Q moving, it looks like his entire army up to the north side of the map. He is going to be going for DutchArmy. He drops the satellites, and it's up to DutchArmy to defend this while also killing the base of KingKong, and then it'll be down to a 1v1, but of course YoungBuck is going to be waiting and watching for his opportunity to strike. Hammer tanks get pushed away. 1 single chopper VX dead in the sky almost, and KingKong rebuilt his MCV, but his war factory is about to get slashed. About to get knocked down, and his MCV might be the next target after that. No, the War Factory survives longer than the barracks does. And the Shogun battleships continuing to look for their marks. Twin Blades coming in for the harass, supported by the Bullfrogs, at least in theory, as we saw that Yari mini-sub make a last-ditch effort to go for the kill against one of those Bullfrogs. Shogun battleships continuing to make their way down south. KingKong has an army. He doesn't really have any power to rebuild that army. The War Factory is down. He's in low power mode. Now the War Factory is still not down. How has this War Factory survived? It is still alive, but his economy is getting absolutely destroyed
And this is the moment where YoungBuck says, I might want to actually go on the offensive here and try and kill the army of DutchArmy while the navy of DutchArmy is killing KingKong. Crane and Refinery, both potential threats, or both potentially under threat. I think the Refinery may have just gone down and canceled that super reactor. Not much left for KingKong. He's going to try and get himself back online. He's got no economy at the current moment. Literally nothing at all. And we'll see what he can try and do. He's got his Refinery restarting now. He's going to be up against a 4-refinery Empire player. And these Shogun battleships getting a little bit of a rank up. Double vet for 2 of them, single vet for 1 of them. What is this, Athena? What? Oh, it's Vindicators. I was like, who damaged that refinery? But it's Vindicators taking the shots against that refinery. Cryocopters are here. Twin Blade's going to be targeting down that Harvester once again. KingKong taking a bit of that harassment damage, but these Shogun battleships, they're going to get caught by the Cryogeddon, and if they don't, they're going to get caught by the Cryocopters. No, the Cryocopters get scared away by like three little Sea Wings there in the water, just firing their little pew-pew missiles up at those Cryocopters. A couple of more Sea Wings are here. They're going to try and push away those Twin Blades. Oh my gosh, this refinery still isn't actually up. The War Factory had to get sold off. Yeah, KingKong might literally be out of it. If he can't finish that refinery, he's got nothing else to sell off. So, if this was Kane's Wrath, he could sell off the reactor. He could sell off the power plant and build a refinery without one. Twin Blades for KingKong. The Mecha Bay getting targeted down. DutchArmy, his ground army, has fallen to the power of the Allied forces. YoungBuck coming forward, and the MCV getting targeted down. It's going to be up to the Cryocopters to stop it escaping out to the water. The Athena cannons might be able to finish it off. The Mirage tanks may not even need the help. The Javelin Trooper tried to get a shot off, but no, it's going to be the Mirage tank that gets the kill. KingKong's MCV goes down. YoungBuck clears out the ground forces, but he's got nothing that it can escape out to the water to shut down. Well, actually, no, I think the Athena cannons can reach from there. So it's all about KingKong, perhaps base racing YoungBuck Shogun battleships versus the Athena cannons of the YoungBuck. DutchArmy and YoungBuck going toe-to-toe, but KingKong taking what shots he can, getting his Twin Blades into the action, and this Harvester, this refinery, still not active. Still not going to be able to do anything about that. I guess he could sell off his MCV. Joke. MCV's getting targeted down. The last one to fall will be YoungBuck. KingKong lost his initial MCV a long time ago. Shogun battleships clearing out the entire main base of YoungBuck. One Shogun battleship on the defense, trying to take down this other refinery, completely cut off the economy of YoungBuck, just like DutchArmy did to KingKong. Satellites coming in. It could be a big satellite drop that nearly, or maybe even completely kills off the units and the buildings of DutchArmy. Satellite coming in, nothing you can do to stop it. Hope you survive, and it's enough. The refinery and the naval yard both survive. DutchArmy inches away from death, inches away from being eliminated from this game. And yet he survives. Repair getting to work on both of those immediately. Does he take the time to try and get out an MCV? If he gets out an MCV, then it's almost like he can win the game, because he can go and hide in a corner with his Shoguns, with his Sea Wings, with his Yaris, as long as he kills off the production of the other players. Another MCV getting targeted down. KingKong still has his, but did he get money from something? I don't know. Did he get cash back? Oh, yeah, because as long as he can get the cash back, that's the most important thing, perhaps. YoungBuck, I think, is down to just this barracks. He's about to go down. Oh, my gosh, this refinery is so close to going down. and those bullfrogs all get eliminated. The Sea Wings have survived, and it looks like DutchArmy is going for the reactor, trying to shut that down. YoungBuck with his MCV, no, his command hub on the north side of the map. He is going all in. It's actually going to be the hydrofoil shutting down the Shogun battleship while the Twin Blades try and take down the refinery, but barely. It's going to be enough. The dead body of the Twin Blades, I think, crashing onto it. Yes, he gets the kill. The naval yard is the only thing left for DutchArmy. YoungBuck, he's got the command hub, he's got the barracks, and it's all coming down to KingKong's MCV. He barely gets the cash back. The reactor survives, the MCV survives, and these allied forces are now going to start targeting down the Soviet army of KingKong. YoungBuck has been defeated. The buildings go down, and now it's all up to KingKong and DutchArmy. DutchArmy with the clear advantage, the artillery, the naval forces, and that is going to be it. KingKong has been defeated. DutchArmy takes the game in a wild and wacky 3-player FFA on Pyroclasm. Some definitely great matches getting sent in by people. Red Imposter wins. He was, named DutchArmy, but he did the most with his navy, which is a bit deceptive there. KingKong coming back. Oh, YuNo saying that KingKong is playing good Soviets. It's a nice thing to say. All right, 6th game coming up here. Our second 1v1 of the day. I think I'm going to drink a little bit of tea. Kind of give my throat a little bit of a rest. I've been eating some soup, drinking some tea in between games. All right, game 6 of 7. Yeah, this has been a good set. Whoever, a bunch of different people sent in these replays, but as a general rule, everyone did a good job selecting games. Definitely not all of them are the highest quality, but as a general rule, everyone who sent in replays did a good job. Sometimes the replays are just really boring, but not today. Been good games as on the whole. On the right side, let's see if that trend changes. On the right side of Infinity Isle, this is Berat, playing as a Cyan Soviets, and on the left side, playing as the Yellow Soviets. You know him, you love him. This is Dimon. Now, it does need to be highlighted that Berat is actually playing random Soviets. He is not just chosen Soviets, but traditionally, Dimon does not like playing Soviet mirrors. So the fact that Berat was playing random and got Soviets is a delight for us as the viewers, and probably super annoying to Dimon. I'm not exactly sure why Dimon hates Soviet mirrors so much, but for whatever reason, he does. Maybe he hates mirror matchups? I don't know. But in any case, Berat is maybe just going to be doing the exact same thing that Dimon is doing, but a little bit more slowly. I think maybe Berat... I'm trying to remember. Was Berat getting coached by Dimon last year? This would have been a 2021 replay. I'm getting to it a little bit late, but it's very possible that Berat was getting coached by Dimon, and this is from, you know, one of their coaching sessions, and so that's why Berat was playing random. Maybe Dimon was giving him advice on all 3 factions, or maybe this was just a game played for fun for any other reason. But a classic like Infinity Isle, and Dimon gets the somewhat lucky kill there with the bear against the 2 bears. Not very often do you see a 2v1 melee unit fight go in favor of the guy with one thing. But that's Dimon for you, I guess. Gets the roar off, the better time. Maybe he's paying more attention. Parks his bear over by that refinery. Could be barely off. It looks like it's barely blocking, but it could be it's off by like 1 hex, so if Berat goes to expand out to the water, he actually will be able to. 4 refineries coming up. I think Dimon's is a hair ahead. They're extremely close timings. Everything gets cleared out of the building. Dimon says, not on my side of the map. Berat doing a good job so far. I mean, let's be honest. If this was some joker who didn't know what he was doing, he would be much further behind Dimon at this point. Like, if it was me playing, I would have, like, 4 sickles, and I'd be like, I don't know what I'm doing! And I'd be, like, flea jumping the sickles all over the place. And I would have 1 refinery. Now, I'd have 2 refineries, but I probably would be too scared to go to the high ground, so then I would go to the water, and I would have to kill that bear, and that would take, like, all of my attention. So Berat, you know, he's doing a good job. He's getting everything set up. He's got himself nicely established in the middle of the map. He's even going to start leeching away from Berat's oil derrick, getting that down well below half health. Really diminishing the value of that oil derrick. If you have to spend a bunch of cash repairing it, you have to drop a bunch of cash on a barracks to block it off, then the oil derrick suddenly isn't nearly as valuable as it was. Bullfrog coming in here, going to be able to get the kill on one of these Twin Blades. Oh my gosh, that Twin Blade survives. Are you kidding me? The Twin Blade survives. Dimon's Twin Blade survives, and he gets the infect on one of the hammer tanks of Berat. Berat's MCV was moving out to the water, so he probably doesn't have a Crusher Crane up, and he does actually have a Crusher Crane building. And look at this. This is a good move by Berat. If there were not more hammer tanks right there ready to strike him down and kill him, because now he just has a hammer tank doing nothing for him and hanging out, but it's going to be a reverse infect with that terror drone going for the kill on one of Dimon's hammer tanks, and now Dimon is actually just going to be able to lose this fight straight up because the repair of Berat is going to be too good, but the double guns of Dimon are almost going to allow him to win out this fight. But there it goes. Berat wins the fight, takes the 4th refinery behind this as well, so his economy is actually about to eclipse that of Dimon's. And Dimon maintained the oil derrick, and it looks like Dimon may also be going for the low ground water expansion on the north side of the island. But at the same time, Berat got there first, and Berat actually won the army fight. So he was later to the airfield, but he had the hammer tank numbers, and that is what counted. All right, naval yard on the low ground. Refinery after that. Crane pretty far away, so if Dimon wants repairs, he has to drive a long way to get it. He's getting his tier 3 at the same time as that naval yard. And the first to the rockets, well, it's not a guaranteed of win, but the artillery advantage can be a very significant advantage in any match, but even maybe more so in a mirror matchup. Walls get deployed. Terror drone going for the lockdown of these units on the low ground. The stasis coming in here to shut down hammer tanks on both sides. Terror drone's going for the infect potentially, but it's going to be the satellites getting dropped by Dimon. It's a complete miss there, but it's kind of forcing Berat maybe into an uncomfortable position. It's still 3 hammer tanks versus 2, so Berat wins the fight again on the ground. Is he going to be able to do any real damage with it? Dimon diversifying maybe a little bit too much. Satellites now going to be able to come in, blocking down or knocking down some of those walls, but not enough to keep the damage coming. Berat is not... Ooh, forces the MCV cell, though. And Dimon in some real trouble. He went for the tier 3. He went for the naval yard at the same time. Not quite getting everything he needed for the defense ready in time. An APOC tank is here, but that terror drone needs to get blocked off. The tier 3 getting sniped. Either way you cut it, this is a win for Berat, and Dimon now getting locked down even more with this APOC tank just doing absolutely nothing. Dimon, I think, trying to figure out some way to... Oh, no, he went for the Dreadnought. That's why he's not worried about what's happening back in his main base, because he's got the Dreadnought, and he says, maybe we can just turn this into a base race. Terror Drone gets the infect on one of the hammer tanks, which means it's just about the delay, because this Dreadnought may be unopposed. The Twin Blades showing up. No anti-air for Dimon. He can't kill the entire base with a Dreadnought with no anti-air. And there goes the base race hope for Dimon. The APOC tank does survive. It gets infected, though. It needs to run over to that Crusher Crane. The Dreadnought gets cleaned up, and Berat is overwhelmingly taking this game. Another Harvester may be getting sniped here. Almost would have been faster to go with that, or go for the Ore Refinery instead of the Harvester with how much extra health they get from that adaptive armor. Bullfrog eventually does go down. Takes like 2 Twin Blades with it, though. Berat plants an Akula sub over there at the water expansion. That's the advanced version of blocking it off with a bear, blocking it off with an Akula sub. And Dimon is, you know, not totally out of it. But he actually did get outplayed. Not necessarily in, like, some kind of genius move, but Dimon at various points went more into infrastructure instead of army, and Berat either got lucky or Berat actively identified that, realized that he had an army advantage because Dimon was going for the airfield first. Dimon went for the tier 3 and the naval yard first. Dimon spent the cash on those things and didn't have the army to defend them. And Dimon was maybe sort of just thinking Berat would play a little bit more passively. And if he had, then Dimon would have had the easy victory. But now Dimon, who we look at as the favorite in this situation, took too many risks. Berat was able to capitalize on the risks that Dimon took, and now Dimon is fighting from behind. Certainly not out of it, but it's much more Berat's game to lose than Dimon's game to actually win. Berat needs to throw this game pretty much for Dimon to come back. Twin Blades just skating right on the edge of that Bullfrog damage, trying to stay away from those Bullfrogs far enough that they can take pot shots at everything as they pass, but not actually get cleaned up by the Bullfrogs. Satellites come down, clean up a Harvester. Just another win there for Berat. So many refineries for Berat. He's about to have 6 refineries as this guy finishes up with a second Crusher Crane. Win ahead, get more ahead seems to be the method that he is going with. Terror Drone gets the kill on that Akula sub, and that's one thing going for Dimon, but not much more than that. APOC tank gonna, I don't know, try and grab the Harvester maybe with the Harpoon? The magnetic harpoon? What is it called? Yeah, magnetic harpoon. Which is kind of a weird... Again, it's you know, like what you would call a tractor beam, but they call it a magnetic harpoon because of reasons. Twin Blades taking some shots at that APOC tank. Bullfrog's taking some shots at the Twin Blades. 3 refineries versus 6, it seems. Ooh, Oil Derrick going to get taken down. Hey, do whatever damage you can. Berat finds the damage against Dimon. Just gets a little bit extra there. Well, the Meg is a nice consolation prize, I guess. Terror Drone gets another infect. Infect of both the Akula sub and the Ore Collector. Could be even forcing a 3rd Crusher Crane, which would just be kind of ridiculous from Berat. But hey, you know, he's pretty rich, so... he's going for the Stingray. Which, if you guys didn't know, there is basically 2 ways for every faction to clear out Terror Drones. You just saw the Stingray Overcharge get utilized, which obviously is sort of a water-only, so it only works for, you know, naval units or amphibious units. And then, same thing with the allies, because they have the dolphins. They can splash damage, kill the terror drones. And then wave force artillery. If you fire through the unit, it will clear out the terror drone. But you're damaging your own unit a bit, and it's a bit more risky because wave force artillery will one-shot a bunch of stuff. So you got to make sure you fire it off prematurely so that you don't kill your own unit. Although if you force fire through the unit, it shouldn't damage the unit. It should just kill the terror drone, but I've also seen that not work. Terror drone gets the lock on that dreadnought. And unfortunately, that Stingray doesn't quite close the distance, but the dreadnought does avoid the satellites, and that's the important thing. V4 versus a dreadnought, and it looks like the dreadnought for the current moment is going to win. The APOC tank goes down, and Berat is ready to start closing this game out. He gets the V4, and this dreadnought is not going to be stopped. Dimon's dreadnought got shut down by the twin blades, but there isn't such a thing for Dimon. One refinery about to go down. The harvester trying to escape, I guess. And, hey, you can stasis the dreadnought. It doesn't really do you any good to save that refinery. And now it's, what, 6 refineries versus 2? 6 refineries and an oil derrick from Berat versus 2 refineries. And Dimon, you know, again, he went for those risks early on. Berat beat him in the unit game. And now Berat has just not let his lead slip away. And that's the most important thing, is that Dimon has tried to fight his way back in this, and Berat has not made any dumb mistakes that would allow Dimon to get back in it. And now Berat can, you know, basically just Q-move his entire army and head towards Dimon, and Dimon's only chance is, like, the Iron Curtain saving him or something. You know, Berat just has so much more cash than Dimon. He can throw away army after army after army and replace it. And Dimon can't quite do that. Dimon has been defeated. An unceremonial end to that game. An unclimactic, a crash of Red Alert 3, perhaps? Yes. Red Alert 3 did indeed crash, so that is pretty cool. And, well, we'll see if we can get it going once again. So, there's this whole way that the capture works out. Hopefully this doesn't break the capture setup. There's a whole chain of events that have to happen for the capture to work properly. I'm eating my soup. Hey, it worked. Hey, look at that. Okay. It looks like we're back in it. GG to Berat wins that game against Dimon. All right, are you guys ready for this? This is a 6-player FFA that we are going into. YoungBuck, giving the props to Berat in the chat. Cabal 90. I assume that's not real Cabal.
Do we have 2 Cabals in Command and Conquer? I guess we might. Oh, he said probably, so I'm guessing you're not the other Cabal, then. If you're saying probably. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? I don't know if you're ready. You may not be ready. I got my tea. Trying to soothe my throat. Welcome back to Magmageddon for the 3rd time in this game, in this video. But hey, we have on the left side, in the north, kicking off our FFA, this is YuNo, the red allied player. As the orange Soviets, this is Pika, going Crane first. And as the green Empire, this is Hatake. As the purple Empire in the top right-hand corner, this is A&F. As the yellow Soviets in the middle on the right side, this is Redalertvndotcom. And as the blue Empire, you love him, you know him, he's insane, this is C9Q9MD! So yes, we have got another C9Q9MD game going on here. And it's always a pleasure to see this guy. Again, this replay is from sometime in 2021, so it's a little bit old, but still, always fun to see C9Q9MD. And it's an FFA, which, you know, they tend to be insane, and it's probably going to be even more insane with C9 in it. Although, having said that, maybe this is going to be the one where he just plays completely standard. He just builds... Well, he would build an infinite number of tankers, wouldn't he? That's something he would do. Although there was that 2v2v2 where he got to a certain point, he had like 12 refineries, and he just built basically nothing but conscripts, just for the joke of it. 4 refineries coming up pretty darn quick for C9Q9MD. Looks like Hatake going to be playing a little bit more defensively, gets his 3 refineries up, gets his oil derrick, but then he goes for a Defender VX core as the follow-up. I think a lot of these players may be playing random as well, so people ending up as just whatever faction they end up as and not necessarily playing the best. I think YuNo is an allied player, though, so ends up with allies even if he did play random. And actually, I guess C9Q9MD used to be an allied player, but he might be more of a random player since he was just playing for fun 2021. I don't know if he's still playing Red Alert 3 or if he's just, you know, he's left again. Riptide from YuNo doing a little bit of damage there, trying to cause some problems for ANF. I just realized that only 4 players are in this graphic. So Red Alert and Redalertvndotcom and C9Q9MD are not in the scoreboard, which is a little bit unfortunate. Ooh. Well, that's why. YuNo going to be able to take down ANF's Mecha Bay. Big strike to ANF. C9Q9MD losing his refinery on the south side of the map. Oh, look at that. That's a live edit right there. All right, we fixed it. And Redalertvndotcom, C9Q9MD, they're now represented, so everyone can know. It's not quite perfect, but that's okay. Goes for the crush with the MCV, gets the kill there. Mecha Bay back up and running for ANF. Everything seems to have gone all right. C9Q9MD going big on the money, but honestly, not. He doesn't actually have enough to defend it all. So he got like 6 refineries pretty quickly. But he's losing one there, losing another over here, and already lost this 3rd one down there. So 6 refineries, or maybe it was only 5 refineries, but 5 or 6 refineries. Now back down to just 2 refineries. I guess the Stingray hasn't actually killed that refinery yet. Meanwhile, Pika, playing as the Soviets, has taken 2 additional water refineries, so up to 5 refineries in total. Getting a flak cannon as well, just amping up that defense. Hatake, as the Empire player, going for a bit of harassment. Going for the harassment of C9. Tengu's clean up whatever that was. C9 has secured his base. Pika going for the battle bunker. There's always that one guy in the comments who is like, hey, why does no one build battle bunkers? Okay, well, Pika does. Pika built a battle bunker. There you go. And dang, C9 losing another refinery. Down to just 1 refinery with all of these Tengus that he's trying to build. C9 probably hoping Pika turns a little bit to the south and tries to starts attacking Hatake. Engineer gets sniped. Terror drone gets killed off as well. Nice kill there by Hatake. Akula subs on the right side of the map looking for an easy target out on the water to kill off. No defense in the north. ANF. He lost his Mecha Bay, but he rebuilt it, but now he's losing a refinery, and he doesn't have much to defend it. YuNo starting to push him back. And as insane as FFAs normally are, this one actually seems rather calm, all things considered. Vindicator's coming through. YuNo continuing to pressure A&F. I don't know if he's actually going to be able to kill off, and well, that second multi-gunner turret in the IFVs are going to make this a much stronger attack. The double walls are going to just buy a lot of time, though. A&F not going to be getting killed off here, but he is going to be getting pushed further back. Redalertvndotcom is looking for the kill move, potentially against C9. Everyone hoping to kill off their neighbor so that they can take over all of their ore nodes. And it's just Stingrays. It's all Stingrays, and C9Q9MD is just getting dunked on by Redalertvndotcom. He's literally went AFK. He's just out of this game. So that's sad. We don't get to see any C9Q9MD insanity, which makes me very sad because I gave him that whole intro. And now he's literally just dead. He's not even playing the game anymore. And, well, that's too bad. I wonder if he's typing in chat. That would be a C9 thing to do, is just type a bunch of stuff in chat. And just say funny, dumb stuff. C9Q9MD might be the first player eliminated from the game. He's got 1 refinery left, although it would be kind of funny if Redalertvndotcom left him in the game and then he just built an army of harvesters and had his 1 refinery this whole game and just sort of came back from using just harvesters. I don't think that's going to happen. Twin Blades coming in, Redalertvndotcom completely surrounding and overwhelming everything that C9 has. YuNo in the north continuing to pressure A&F, but has not totally defeated A&F yet. And, okay, yeah, they must be typing something in the chat. There's some reason why Redalertvndotcom hasn't killed off C9. Maybe it's the goodness of his heart, but another Mecha Bay goes down. Unfortunately for A&F, he might be our 2nd player eliminated from this game. Is that? No, there's 2 other Empire players. Never mind. There's 1 other Empire player. 2 Soviets, 2 Emp, 1 Empire, or 1 Allies. And looks like both of our Empire players are about to get knocked out of the game. Okay. What is this? Why is Redalertvndotcom not killing C9's last refinery? A couple of hammer tanks here as Hatake takes them down. He's got a King Oni as well. He goes for the bull rush. He does get the kill on 1 of the hammer tanks that kind of split away. And that is a Wave Force hammer tank.
a powerful unit that we have seen before do incredible damage. And it looks like maybe a Flak Cannon and a Tesla Coil both getting deployed here as the Twin Blades try to come in to kill off that King Oni. And the King Oni is going to get drawn into the battle bunkers of Pika, going for that one hammer tank, and the King Oni dies. He falls in his attempt to get the kill there. Terror Drone locking down the other King Oni, and the Tengu's getting cleaned up, it looks like, by the Bullfrogs. There's the Transform. He's going for the kill on this other hammer tank, which has a King Oni weapon on it, and it's going to be the Wave Force Artillery that I think actually gets the kill there as the Tengus all get cleaned up, and the Twin Blades save the day for Pika once again. Both of the Empire players are extremely close to death, but somehow they are technically both still in this game. Redalertvndotcom hasn't even taken the oil derrick, which is just completely sitting out there open and exposed. And this is like, obviously they have some kind of, I don't know if you'd call it a gentleman's agreement or what, but they have some kind of understanding that Redalertvndotcom is just not going to kill C9Q9MD for whatever reason. And I think it's assuming it's just for the joke of it. He's got 26 harvesters queued up, and I'm surprised he doesn't just say 99, and he just is constantly building those harvesters one at a time for as long as he is allowed to. YuNo pushing in on the north. Akula subs coming in from Redalertvndotcom. He's made it all the way along the south side of the map. Not quite up to tier 3, it seems. He's getting his battle lab just now. Going big on the army, not necessarily going big on the tech. And Redalertvndotcom is probably going to want to take those 3 refineries that are exposed, and then plus this one from C9, to fuel his late game. He's going to want that extra income. Bear from Pika heads over to the right side of the map. Is that actually a bear? Okay, yeah, that is a bear. It's not a spy disguised as Pika's bear. Twin Blades from Pika, but not as many Twin Blades as Red Alert has. There's one Terror Drone just skating away from those Akula subs, managing to escape, at least for now. Tengu's crashing down, kills the Athena cannon, but doesn't do much to stop this army. YuNo with only, I think, 2 Mirage tanks? Yeah, it looks like only 2 Mirage tanks. So, going to be able to burst down this army. If he actually A-moved, he would probably just win this fight, even with the Defender VXs there. But he's going to wait for the Cryo Blast. He's going to catch a couple of these Tank Busters. 2 Tank Busters, 2 Imperial Warriors. And then he actually goes a little bit north of that point. He's going to be able to jump on both of the... Oh, actually, that's just a sell-off. So, full retreat out to the water. A&F is hoping to just save as much money as he can. And, you know, he gets a little bit of cash back there on his war factory. And the rest of it, I guess, he's going to use to buy time. In the middle of the map, Bullfrogs going against the Twin Blades. It's going to be MiGs and Twin Blades versus perhaps MiGs and Twin Blades as our 2 Soviet players clash in the middle of the map. Twin Blades coming in, and they're going to overwhelm these tanks. 1 Wave Force Hammer Tank just hanging out. Going to be able to get a shot against this wave and against the MCV, and he gets the kill. A fully heroic Wave Force Hammer Tank. Something we're going to have to try and keep an eye on. He's going to drive into the Toxins, maybe. Fortunately, no. He does stop just shy of the Toxins, but not shy of these Twin Blades. And the Twin Blades turn around once again. He doesn't go for the kill on that Hammer Tank. Oh, that's so annoying. C9 is still in this game, you know, technically. It's just got a bunch of harvesters hanging out. And it's going to be the snipe of everything from the Purple Empire player. YuNo is not going to have the mercy, and it looks like A&F is the first one out of this game. C9Q9MD is the first one functionally out of the game, but, you know, he's technically still in it. Hatake and Redalertvndotcom getting dangerously close to each other on the south side of the map. Pika and Red Alert doing some dancing there in the middle, but YuNo is now turning all of his guns south. Twin Blades jumping on these Bullfrogs, but the Bullfrogs trading pretty darn well, even against the very overwhelming number of Twin Blades that there were. Natasha is here. You know, sort of arguably the worst of the commandos, and probably just going to get sniped by Twin Blades and not do much. A couple of hammer tanks are here. Looks like Natasha did go for the snipe on the King Oni and might actually go for the capture of the King Oni just to extend the life of this army. The most that Natasha ever did was capture King Oni and then immediately die before doing anything else. And that is the life of Natasha, unfortunately. ANF has been defeated. C9 has not. And that's just... oh my gosh. C9 is going on the offensive. He always brings the joke. Eve jokes even if his game isn't the best. He's bringing the jokes no matter what. He's going to get the kill on this Harvester. And that is, you know, cutting off a little bit of the economy of Hatake. And that could actually be helpful to Redalertvndotcom. So Redalertvndotcom would probably... you know, be making better use of that income than building one Harvester at a time and then sending them off to kill one refinery. But that is not something that Redalertvndotcom has to worry about. He can, you know, C9's excellent micro can be the thing that is winning that battle instead of Redalertvndotcom taking the time to do that himself. And now we have sort of an unholy alliance as these two guys join forces in this way. Hatake taking a bit of damage, and I'm not actually sure. Where did that terror drone actually come from? Did he just walk up to these Empire units and just get basically free kills on these Empire units because he wasn't paying attention? And now the Flak Troopers rush forward, and they're actually going to be able to get the kill on 2 Wave Force artillery, getting the kill on all of the artillery of Hatake. This Empire player who was looking like he's doing just 1,000,000 points of damage is just now getting beaten back maybe from every angle. Terror drone gets the infect on that Akula sub, and Hatake is maybe going to get pushed out of this game. Again, kind of second, but maybe not entirely second. 4 Kirovs out on the field. And, well, Pika better be, he better be worried because he's got a lot of stuff to deal with one way or the other. All of these Harvesters are here. YuNo is here to just crush Pika, and these Athena cannons are no joke. Looks like the Twin Blades might be trying to come up from behind, and it's going to be YuNo versus Redalertvndotcom, and it's going to be up to the .com to clear out these air forces so his Kirovs can actually, the anti-air forces so his Kirovs can actually get to work. The Twin Blades get pushed back. The Kirovs get kind of awkwardly sidelined there. And at the same time, a couple of Twin Blades coming in from Pika to do some backstab damage. He's like, hey, you're going to kill my entire base? Well, I have stuff out on the water that you can't touch. So at the same time, I'm going to use a couple of Twin Blades to just shoot random stuff in your base. And Redalertvndotcom is like, I'm just going to back off and let these guys fight it out, and I'll come in later to attack whoever remains. And at the current moment, Hatake, it looks like, is going to be our second player completely exiting this game. Although Pika isn't too far away either. Pika's at least a little bit more spread out as YuNo is completely destroying the main base of Pika. And Pika is not going to be long for this world. There goes one super reactor, takes a whole clump of Peacekeepers with it. Of course, they're a little bit too weak to withstand that blast. And 3 super reactors. I saw the 2 super reactors. I didn't realize this was a third one up there. And this is 3 super reactors going down in short order. And Pika may still have stuff out on the map, but Pika just doesn't have very much in terms of actual production. The Twin Blades get cleaned up there, and it looks like Redalertvndotcom and C9Q9MD have not quite been able to clean up this expansion in the south. C9 is getting close to cleaning it up, but he's not quite been able to take it down. Another naval yard goes down. This is just ultimate low power mode there for Pika. He has so many base defenses, and it looks like the refinery will survive, at least for now. MCV is... oh, what? What? Why? That must be a DC. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he left. What in the world? Why? That, yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Okay, so, wait, does YuNo just get a free win here? I mean, C9 is going to give him a run for his money, but... everyone just kind of got gutted, except YuNo, and then Redalertvndotcom just dropped out completely. Wow. Okay, so I guess YuNo has to really mess this up to lose this, because he literally just got handed this game on like a golden platter. Hatake, Pika, and C9 would all have to join forces together to be able to take down YuNo from this kind of a position. But instead, Hatake is just going to try to kill off Pika, maybe. And this is, you know, this is not great for either of them, because they're both going to get just slammed by YuNo. Well, that's kind of an unclimactic finish to this match. Pika's trying to rebuild. Having one refinery, I guess he's got these two technically, but I don't know how long these two refineries are going to last. Having one refinery is going to be a really difficult... Oh, his power came back online just in time! And it looks like Final Squadron is going to be getting called in. So the reactor may go down to the Final Squadron, but these tsunami tanks do not have the firepower. And the reactor goes down. There goes the power once again. Just sell off the flak cannon. I mean, you might as well sell off a flak cannon somewhere. Oh no, another reactor gets built up in the north. Pika. Can Pika conquer the seas? I mean, maybe nothing else, but... Yeah, YuNo would have to just leave the game to not win this one. Maybe Pika will, like, sneeze really hard and hit his head on his keyboard, and he'll accidentally type GG and leave the game. I'm not sure. How does, you know, now that Redalertvndotcom is gone, how does anyone but YuNo win this? And the Tegus are like, I'm out of here. They're just going to surround the Spectrum Tower and try to do damage as they explode. And they might actually get it. The Harvesters who killed a Spectrum Tower. Can you believe it? Bunch of Stingrays. Stingrays are pretty good. Okay, yeah, they must be chatting to each other, because Hatake has stopped attacking Pika. And Pika is only attacking YuNo. YuNo has a ton of Dolphins, couple of Apollos getting in here to chase away those Twin Blades. Stingrays closing in on yet another refinery, but of course, at this point, YuNo has like 30 refineries. So... losing one more refinery is not really that big of a deal. Maybe if he lost 5 refineries, that would be a big deal. Cryocopters coming in. Apollos once again trying to cut down those Twin Blade numbers. They're doing a good job. The Resistance, the coalition of these 3 players. Ooh, this MCV might actually go down. There isn't a whole lot nearby to defend it. Athena cannons. They might actually be able to defeat YuNo, the 3 players together, especially C9, who's obviously doing most of the heavy lifting here. They might be able to do this, joining forces. YuNo has a bunch of MCVs, so it's going to take more than that. I guess jumping on these Athena cannons would have been nice. 5 Athena cannons there, 2 of them fully heroic. They just have to make sure that they're not attacking each other. And yeah, they can kind of cycle through the base of YuNo and attack in different points. And one Spectrum Tower defeating all of those Harvesters. And what else are you going to do? Stingrays against IFVs, but it's the Athena cannons getting the kills there as they clear out those Stingrays very easily. And there is at least 2 MCVs from YuNo. 3 MCVs, but another one is about to get sniped. The Apollos are showing up. They're a little too late. The MCV goes down, and the Strikers actually do transform and get at least one Apollo kill. They don't get that additional Vindicator, so unfortunately for them, but it's going to take a while for these IFVs to kill them all off. Vindicator's going down. The Striker's getting an extra kill there. And it's going to be the Tank Busters that maybe actually get the kill on these IFVs. They instead are going for the Refinery, so they get the kill on that. And now the IFVs are left a little bit out and exposed. But the Peacekeeper is here to save the day. Only 2 Tank Busters really surviving that engagement. No, what are you doing? Don't do that, you fool. Pika attacking Hatake instead of focusing on YuNo. Pika may be thinking that he can kill Hatake, take over this section of the map, and then go for YuNo. Still working away at that Refinery. C9Q9MD just, you know, doing anything and everything that he can. Hatake struggling against the Twin Blades, as all players do. Twin Blades flying over so much Empire anti-air. YuNo still standing strong in the northern quadrant of the map, and unfortunately, the Alliance, which allowed them to do a good bit of damage to YuNo, has, it seems, broken. Targeting down a lot of MCVs, which is definitely a good thing. Cutting down the MCVs of YuNo is one way to eventually shut down the tech. This MCV, I think, will barely escape to the land, and yeah, those Akula subs don't quite manage to kill it off. Yeah, unfortunately, Pika and Hatake have gone for each other. And if they hadn't, if they had kept attacking YuNo, they would have had a chance. But as it stands now, I mean, YuNo just has free time to build up, to take more refineries, to re-expand this section of the map that he kind of lost out on. Yeah, $20,000 between those 2 ore nodes. Most of it really just in that 1 ore node, but still. It's a bunch of cash up for grabs. This oil derrick somehow still in this game. C9's oil derrick getting cleaned up at some point. I'm not sure when that went down, but at some point it got eliminated. Apollo's flying over from YuNo, just taking a look at everything. Twin Blades versus the Tengus, and it's going to be the Twin Blades that, I guess, win that fight. Tengus pushing away getting pushed away by the Bullfrogs. Hey, actually, that Tengu didn't get eliminated. Those Twin Blades didn't stick around and kill off the Tengu, so the Tengu actually got a kill on the Harvester. So, that's very unfortunate. It's my teeth. It's my teeth. Yes. Wife Bert just got home from work, and she's upset that I'm using her mug for my tea. Which is fair, I am using her mug for my tea. Ooh, Proton Collider from YuNo, as well as a Chronosphere, both coming up. And, well, those are 2 good ways to help end the game for YuNo. Ooh, the Athena Cannons getting infected. Very unfortunate there for those Athena Cannons. YuNo trying to build up this unstoppable allied army, and then it just doesn't quite work out when the Terror Drones just take everything over and destroy it. Twin Blades from Pika. He's going to try and find another bit of damage to do. Final Squadron getting called in on the Chronosphere. No, on the power plants? On something? I don't know. but everything else goes down, and C9 is doing the real brunt of damage with those harvesters, almost sniping a chronosphere with his harvesters, but not quite getting the win there. At the very least, YuNo is not totally being allowed to run away with this game. Pika is doing a decent job of, you know, trying to take him down, and Hatake in his own way with his, well, that almost really worked out. Those twin blades showing up moments after the engineer jumped inside of that chronosphere and healed it up to full health. And now he just needs to do that again. YuNo just needs to get another engineer into that chronosphere and then go ahead and heal that back up to full health once again. IFVs are here. The Twin Blades did not continue their mission of trying to kill off that chronosphere. Less than a minute on the clock for the chronosphere. Less than 4 minutes on the clock for the Proton Collider. C9Q9MD is still in this game. Two other guys got eliminated, but not C9. I guess really one guy got eliminated and one guy left the game, but close enough. Another Spectrum Tower, another Harvester kill. This is one of those bases that Sentry Bombers would actually be pretty darn good at destroying. Alright, the ground army is once again making an assault on Pika's base. I just realized that YuNo was actually started in this position and has been completely kicked out of that location. Unfortunately for YuNo, no longer in his ancestral home. Needs more repair, honestly. Oh, the Chronosphere got taken out somehow. I don't know. Maybe it got sold off. YuNo not able to utilize those super weapons, at least not as much as he would like. And this is a pretty nice spot to knock down a whole bunch of power plants all at once with a Proton Collider. Another Terror Drone taking out another one of YuNo's units. Twin Blades crossing the ocean once again, looking for themselves some soft allied targets. The Aegis Shield getting absorbed, or rather absorbing all of those rockets, and the Athena Cannon barely surviving there. I'm starting to think that now they're all typing in chat about not killing anyone. Just no one is dying. Pika and Hatake have stopped attacking each other, but they've also sort of stopped attacking YuNo. Balloon bombs getting called in. It's going to be another attempt to kill off a super weapon. Ooh, nice use of the precision bomber to clean up all of those tank busters. And it's going to be the Chrono Shift to save that Proton Collider from all of that damage and to push the Tengus away. Oh, he doesn't even go for it. Oh, no, he does go for it. But there's two multi-gunner turrets here, so he just snipes the Harvester and then gets away, which is probably the right choice there. Twin Blades looking for a soft target always. Tengus sharking around the map. The C9Q9MD. Oh, he's depleted. That's what it is. He built 30 grand worth of harvesters. Magnetic Singularity and Toxins both getting called in together. And the final squadron going to be landing on this refinery out here in the water. Takes a big chunk out of the health of that refinery. 7 seconds on the Proton Collider. and trying to take down the power. That's nice, but the Proton Collider is ready to fire, so where will it go? YuNo might actually not have vision. Ooh, that would be a juicy target. Everyone's sort of looking at their base like, is he going to shoot here? All of this stuff would be a good spot. You can try and hit the army. There's some scouting Apollos. Does YuNo want to take out Pika or try and go for, in the south, it's going to be the power plants. The CryoGeddon fires off as well, and Hatake might just get eliminated in basically one moment. Precision Bomber forcing the sell-off of that war factory. Both of the refineries going down, and YuNo should be able to swing in here and clean everything else up. Shogun battleships getting some shots off. Vindicators would be a great way to just come in here and clean all of this other stuff up. Engineer's going to jump inside of the MCV, go for the full heal there. Back up to full health in just a moment after he gets done dancing. Jump inside of that MCV. Get right in there. He's doing his stretches. Ooh, second engineer. You're really worried about this MCV. If you use the first engineer, it might actually solve the problem that you hope the second engineer will also help with. Hey, there we go. Gets the heal there. All right. YuNo did big damage, but, well, that satellite did some big damage to the walls. Not really big damage to anything else. Tengu's coming in, once again trying to snipe those power plants. Balloon bombs as well for Hatake. Going to be able to kill off 2 power plants, it looks like. I guess not enough to send him into low power mode. There's literally no anti-air. No, there is. There's 4 defenders. I don't know. You're playing allies. Build some aircraft. Chronosphere is ready. More Tank Buster Surprise, maybe? Sniping harvesters at refineries that aren't depleted. Shogun battleships, that's what got Chronosphered. Oh, that's a good choice. Ooh, MCV almost getting sniped, but it's going to be the low power mode for YuNo. He has lost too many of those power plants. And now the MCV does actually go down. Pika gets the cash back on it. C9Q9MD is technically still in this game with his, like, triple harvester, long-distance mining. He is still in this game. He gave up while he was, while he still had stuff, because he was basically dead. And now that he has actually just been building harvesters for like 20 minutes, he has not left the game, which is the kind of guy that C9 is. You know, he basically dies. He stops, you know, controlling his units. He stops building anything. And he stays in the game just doing nothing. Alright, so YuNo taking some damage, YuNo doing some damage. Ooh, MCV gets sniped. Nicely done there by Hatake. They're gonna kill each other's stuff, I guess. Yep, you kill my MCV, I'll kill your refinery. I guess that's how these things go. More power plants getting not quite taken out. Tengu harass. Twin Blade harass. Minute and a half on the Chronosphere. Triple war factory. Like, you have the cash to produce from 3 war factories. 2 of them are just completely paused. All right, YuNo is going to once again break into the main base of Pika. YuNo, who has half the map but can't somehow beat 2 guys who are in a corner. No, that's not it. Build some air units. Oh, and a Kula sub. Ooh, refinery core not quite gonna go down to the Spectrum Tower. Maybe a chain? Nope, not enough. Ooh, the precision bomber getting 2 of those tsunamis there, but not the refinery. Chronosphere ready once again. Looks like he chronoed something somewhere. C9 is still in this game. YuNo taking more damage. Balloon bombs getting called in. Hatake rebuilding pretty well, considering he took a lot of infrastructure damage late in the game when there isn't a lot of cash left on the map. YuNo having a really tough time killing either one of these guys. And you do have to give it to Pika and Hatake. They have been doing a lot of attacking. YuNo has been doing a lot of not attacking. So I don't know what YuNo is really waiting for. Proton Collider is ready once again, but he's in low power mode. C9 is still in this game. He's got so many harvesters long distance mining. So many Athena cannons. He's had these Athena cannons for so long in this game. These same 5 Athena cannons. Now 3 of them are fully heroic. Oh, a sickle? 100 minutes into the game, 1 sickle is built. Proton Collider still not being utilized. Ooh. There's a Tier 3 Empire coming out. Hatake hoping to get some more artillery, I guess. Maybe build more Shoguns or something. This Oil Derrick surviving this entire game. I think this is the only one left. Maybe, maybe not. I don't see another one. Yeah, I think that's it. Cryogeddon freezing this stuff down. You don't even need the Proton Collider. Kill the MCV! Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it! I'm just cheering for the game to be over at this point. Very little has happened in like the last 20 minutes. Ooh, more Tank Buster Surprise, more Precision Bomber sniping it. Alright, so this is game number 7. It looks like YuNo is going to be able to take it. Hatake has a building some. Oh, he has a naval yard. Oh, good. He has a naval yard of 1, 2 refineries. 3 refineries and an oil derrick. And kill the naval yard. Shogun battleship. Oh my gosh! This Shogun battleship just gets jumped on. Alright, Chronosphere. Chronosphere the Shogun. Do it. Do it! Chronosphere the Shogun. Hey, is that a scanner sweep scouty thing? To reveal. Hey, there we go. Yes! This is where you should Proton Collider. Hey, look at that. Proton Collider. Look at that. Great attack there. Whole bunch of dolphins just standing by to get shot by these twin blades, I'm guessing. He's gonna magnetic satellite dolphins, chronospheres, all 3 Akulas. Okay, not magnetic satellite, magnetic singularity, which makes a lot more sense. They have the same, like, warm-up sound effect. They both go, like, warm. And so I was like, magnetic satellite, why would you do that to dolphins? It's not gonna do anything. Dolphins will go for the kill on the MCV. Hatake is still in this. C9Q9MD is still in this. But Pika is not? Yes, Pika's not. Woo! 1 down. Okay, yes. Lighthouse 9x9, thanks for showing up. Thanks for being here, man. If you missed the games, you can catch them on YouTube. The VOD will be going up. Or if you're on Twitch, you can just keep watching the Twitch, and the VOD will be available immediately. I like YouTube for watching VODs more than Twitch for watching VODs, so... yeah, you could wait a couple of days. Alright, Pika's been defeated. YuNo just has to kill 1 guy who has only had a refinery for this entire game. And 1 guy who has like 3 refineries and a naval yard. He built an MCV. Don't let the MCV get to land! No! Oh my gosh, I don't care. Just kill the MCV. Oh my gosh. Alright, the naval yard is gonna go down. Woo! It's dead! I was gonna call in another final squadron. Where are these guys even going? Like the farthest final... oh, they're going for the chronosphere. I guess maybe if they all would have gotten there and the balloon bomb, maybe that's enough to one-man punch. I don't know. 1 punch. A chrono punch sphere. Charge! Oh no, there's a Spectrum Tower here. No! Heroes. Heroes amongst men. There is no one more heroic than these harvesters. Oh, if only if the Spectrum Tower is targeting the closest ones. They're actually... oh my gosh, they're gonna get it. They got it! They killed it! They got the Spectrum Tower! The comeback is real. The comeback is happening. Hatake has been defeated. C9Q9MD will take 2nd place in this FFA. Oh my gosh. 2 more multi-gunner turrets. Is he going to wait for the proton collider? Is that what we're doing? He's going to completely surround. Oh, it's going to be Peacekeepers? Ooh, the Harvesters can do okay versus the Peacekeepers. Oh, no, don't go for the kill. Go for the crush. Yeah, you're never going to kill them all with your guns. Chronosphere. Onto the building. Destroys both of the Harvesters. And C9Q9MD, without any cash left in his wallet. He's got 1 Harvester over here. Fighting to the last man and rocket. That'll do it. Okay. Whew. All right, we made it. We got it. We got it done. That is 7 replays submitted by viewers. Big thanks to everyone who showed up to watch the live stream here on twitch.tv/Cybert. And hey, thanks for these folks who sent in these replays. Most of these were incredibly entertaining. This one could have been probably 20 minutes long, and it would have been just as entertaining. It was a nice attempt by Pika and Hatake, but they were not unified enough to actually kill off YuNo. They could have, but they were not unified enough to do it, and that will do it for this. I do have a bunch of Kane's Wrath replays submitted by viewers that I've been meaning to get to, so the hope was to do the Red Alert 3 stream last night and then the Kane's Wrath stream tonight, but I did not have time last night. So maybe there will be a Kane's Wrath stream soon. I was hoping to do it, you know, one day and then the next day, but yeah, well, there will be a Red Alert 3, the Kane's Wrath stream at some point. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed the soup. Hope you enjoyed the tea. And, hey, this is 3 hours, 59 minutes, 47 seconds. I think we can stick around for 4 hours. Let's play some tunes. Let's, ooh, okay, we got a closing song coming in here. Nice. Thank you, and good night. I finished 1 bowl of soup. I didn't finish 1 cup of tea. But that is how this goes.